Hello, 목사님 호스트 제가 이양했거든요.
네, 네, 봤습니다.
네,
Have a good family time.
예. Uh, I think if I leave, it will continue to go. Just,
Yeah, yeah, you can leave now.
예. 어, 유튜브 끝난 다음에 꺼주시고요, 목사님. 바이.
Have fun.
음.
Hey, Skip.
Hello, sir. How are you doing?
Long time no see.
I know
How's everything?
it's good. It's good. Busy, work, Holy Week, CPE. It's a lot.
It's the prime time of the year.
It really is.
Do you have
Really is.
something going on in terms of ministry in the hospital for Holy Week?
Um, we're community based, so we don't recognize religious holidays in the hospital, so we don't. So that's just doing the 40 hours there. So not really there, which is nice.
Hmm.
Um, it, like with Ash Wednesday, we could provide ashes, but we couldn't advertise or put it in the publications. The Ash Wednesdays will be held in the chapel at 2 o'clock. Um, but it's just local church, services and all of that for Holy Week. What about you next week?
Yeah, as you know, I'm senior pastor of local church. So for all the senior pastors of local church, this is prime time. Starting from Ash Wednesday, Lent, and Monday, Thursday, Good Friday, Easter sunrise, and like you know, just
Yes,
keep happening one after another. So I'm in the prime time.
prime time for sure.
Yeah.
Good
I
But you
thought,
look
morning,
so
everyone.
relaxed.
yeah, then we can relax.
Yeah. Hi, Dave. Thank you
Good
for
morning,
coming
everyone.
early.
Yes, sir.
Dave, did you send me your midterm, mid-unit evaluation?
I'm doing the presentation today.
Yeah, so you're supposed to send me beforehand.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
can you send it to me right now?
Yeah, I can do that right now.
Yeah, thank you. Skip, you look relaxed.
Well, I'm glad I look relaxed. You know, we're in this. It starts cold, then it warms up, and in the hospital, you have to do layers because in ICU it's really cold. You go to maternity NICU, they keep it really warm, so you're always putting on, taking off what to wear. It starts cold and ends warm. Like right now, it's 76 outside.
Yeah, you keep changing weather.
Yes.
Yeah,
And Easter's early this year.
yeah. Hi, Caroline.
Hi, Joseph. Hi, Skip.
Hi, Caroline.
How are you?
Good.
Good.
You?
I'm doing okay. A little tired, but it's okay. Happy to be here.
Happy to see you. Hi, Ran. Hi, Cause.
Good morning.
So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, are there 5 or 6?
5.
5.
I
So we're
think
missing Annalise.
with
Reverend Joseph.
Annalise and
Yes.
Yeah,
Annabelle.
I'm on the phone with Amabeth. She's trying to get in, but she says she's waiting. She's on waiting.
Oh, I see. I got you. I think, yeah. So there's a waiting room.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, Dave, send your mid-unit
Yeah, I'm doing it.
evaluation to
I'm
me.
sending it now. I'm
Okay.
sending it.
How was your week, Ram?
week so far, work-wise is good. On a Sunday afternoon, I got into a car accident.
Oh,
And my back of my car is completely rear-ended. First couple of days was okay, but it disturbed my sleep pattern. Now, last couple of days, my back is a little bit a little bit sore. It's,
Oh,
it's been a bit slow process. I don't know what's going on. I don't know if it's
yeah,
correlating to
yeah,
that,
yeah.
but
Car
other than
accident
the
is, yeah, car accident is mysterious thing, you know.
yeah,
It affects you slowly, but definitely. Yeah.
yeah, I felt the whiplash and just some physical sensation right at the moment. But
Hmm.
the car is still in the body shop, but hopefully soon. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Thank you for asking. Other than that, the work-wise, everything was okay.
Good, good,
Yeah.
good. So Ram and Caroline, you guys know Seth, right?
Right. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Yes.
Seth is applying for summer.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, yeah. So if Caroline continues, you can see him. Yeah.
Summer is very short, right? It's tough for the part-timers to make the 300 hours.
Yeah, he said that he started as a part-time and
Wow.
yeah. So today I assume Skip, Annabeth, Dave, and Annalise are presenting. How's Kaz doing?
Hi everyone. So I had a little bit disappointed this morning because I had to have a theological examination, which I have to take time to time. So my score was not good. So, but it's okay. It's about 60% of the point this morning.
Hmm, okay, hang
Mm.
in there.
Yeah.
So according
Yeah,
to
Your theology is good. Your test is someone else's interpretation.
right.
I, I hold holy fathers and doctrines and church conferences, and which I should learn 20 years ago, but my memory is not working all right.
This is interesting. Anybody can text or call Annalise. I don't have her number.
I don't. Let me see if I have it.
Hi, Annabeth. So we're still waiting for Annalise. And while we're waiting for Annalise, why don't we start with checking in?
Okay.
Okay, who wants to start?
I can. Um, it's a nice, sunny, not windy, but good weather here in Fresno. And I enjoy driving. I am at church office right now where they gave me a space for a pastoral care program. So I'm so thankful. I'm so thankful for our church. And yeah, so I am here. Anyone else?
Beth, you look so regal there.
Thank you.
You look so prepared. That background of your chair.
Yes.
Oh, it's good to see you. I heard you say you're happy to be here and thankful for your congregation that provided you a space as their pastoral care student intern.
Correct.
Can you speak with
Thank
Annalise,
you. Got
please?
it right.
What was that, Ram?
Annalise?
Rom, can you mute? He's trying to get Annalise, I think.
No, thank you. No, I'm actually in a CPE class with her. We're waiting to see if she's going to join us.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
So I appear relaxed. So it was interesting. So our hospital offers a heart scan on that they do for employees that checks. It's a CT that checks for plaque, and I'm very healthy, weight, exercise, 90% vegetarian, a little bit of heart history. So I took the test on Friday, got the results on Monday, and it said you need to go to your doctor as soon as you can. I had significant plaque buildup, 50% in the widowmaker. And it just really rocked my world. So I got into my primary care, and he was able to bring me down some. And he said, "It's okay. You're going to go on meds. We're going to put you on a little more meds than normal. We're going to treat you like you've had a heart attack." And so that sent me into kind of the existential, am I doing too much? What's the cause of that? Why was I vegetarian all these years? And he said, it is what it is. But it was a fellow chaplain that said, "Hey, you should take this." I took it. And so all that to say is God, providence, that I will probably be around many more years because I decided, oh, well, I don't need to. My cholesterol is normal. I don't have any risk factors other than history. Why not take it? And it turned out I was the odd percentage that just has an ability to build up plaque. So it really sent me into a process of, what's really important in life? How do you manage yourself holistically? So it's been interesting. So, I'm one of those, some of them, maybe your fathers, that are on a statin and a baby aspirin and doing all those sorts of things. So I am shockingly aware of our frailty and our humanity, and grateful for life in the providence of God that thought, take that test. So I have a grandchild born in July, and I'll be able to, see him born and hopefully see him grow up. So it just really sent me into a time of reflection. So I would say I come here reflective and thankful, and glad to share this space with you as I recognize it as a priority. Thank you for letting me share. Anyone else?
Go. Skip. That's a lot. Unexpected. Thank you for sharing with us your experience. And it sounds like there were a lot of emotions in there, but that it was unexpected, potentially a little bit scary, but also made you have more existential reflections, and also that you are grateful to be here and for the providence of learning this so you can address it. I probably missed some in there, but did I get most of that? Yeah. Okay, great. I'm glad to hear that you have a plan and a doctor to work with you. So, for me, I'm having a good day. My parents are visiting from Hong Kong, which is wonderful, and it is a joy to see them hang out with my kid. My dad is trying to teach my 2-year-old how to catch a ball, and it's going hilariously. I'll just say that. So that is just sweet to see that relationship. And I'm a little bit tired today, but eager to be here. Anyone else?
Good afternoon, everybody, and I apologize for being late. Having technical difficulty. I just moved to a new apartment, which is in the same building, and I been without my technology for a couple days, working from hotspot. So, anywho, there's a technician here. Caroline, thank you for sharing about your parents' visit. And I hear you say that that's been special to you. Good to see your child with your parents, and you're eager to be here. You probably heard me already say what life is like for me right now. Thank you. Thank you. What life is like for me right now, which is a little pressed due to my internet connection. But we have a connection here at home. You know, but I'm on my tablet now. Hopefully you can, but I'm on my tablet now. And glad to be with you all for all we're going to do today. Anyone else?
Annalise, I'm sorry to cut off. Annalise, thanks so much for joining us in the midst of this hectic day. Would you mind moving around here and there so that there might be a little better Wi-Fi connection? Because for now you're breaking off. Yeah. All
Maybe
right, thank
now.
you, Annalise.
I'll do what I can. Yes,
Okay.
yes, yes. All right. I'll do the best
All
I
right.
can here. Thanks, Joseph.
Thank you, thank you. All right. I'm sorry,
If I
Dave, go
set up
ahead.
my camera, it's not that I'm not listening. I just need to manage something.
All right. Sorry, Dave, go ahead.
Okay. Annalise, I heard you said that yeah, you are doing fine today. You are doing all right, except that you're having some technical challenges because you moved to a new place. Did I hear you right?
That is correct, David. Thank you.
Okay. So I'm also feeling very great. I'm feeling good today. The weather is nice over here at Lemoore. I started my on-site internship, which is another great, opportunity that has come my way this, couple of days. So I'm feeling good. I'm feeling great. I'm feeling very supported. I have great, supervisor at my site, my clinical site, and I'm really, really learning a lot. This a different learning curve for me, but I think I'm gonna do it, and I'm in the hands of really, really supportive people. So all I'm going to say today, I'm feeling really good, and I'm great. I'm happy to be here with you guys. Anybody else?
Yeah. Thank you, David. Happy to go next. Heard you that you're settling down in your new place and you're happy with your internship position and you're happy with your new supervisor, right? And you're feeling good today.
Yes.
It's so wonderful to hear. It's so wonderful to hear. I know how hectic it's been for you for the last several weeks,
Yeah.
but delighted that you're joining us in the good spirits today. I appreciate that. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Yeah. Like as I mentioned briefly before, I had a sudden jolt on Sunday with a car accident, and there's some nuisance associated with working with the insurances and others. I think it's going on parallelly, but certainly I noticed in the last at least 36, 48 hours some kind of twitching and a little strain on my lower back. I'm trying to go easy a little bit on that. But what I'm looking forward to after the class today is I drive to Berkeley, which is where a conference I've been attending every year for several years. It's called Bioneers, Bioneers. It's a conference, everything related to ecology and nature, from science to spirituality to activism and you name it. So there'll be a few thousand of us there sharing and learning, and it's a big community of nature lovers in many ways. I'm happy to be in that company starting this afternoon through Sunday evening. Anyway, that's what I'm looking forward to. Thank you. Great, very grateful to be here. Anyone else?
Pause.
Hi, Ron. I heard you had a kind of difficulty last week because you had a car accident. It was so devastating. But at the same time, you had a great encounter with new groups in your building. Well, who are they activists and they're nature lover, which I heard. So it seems you had hardship and also joy, mind of joy. Am I here all right? Okay, so let me share my feeling. As I told you previously, I had to take the theological examination under my denomination. The scores not so good, but I had a kind of great news last week. I got an email from the movie film company from Japan, and they read my published book, which I published 3 years ago. It's about my ministry back in the middle of Tokyo urban city. I encountered a number of urban people, like a gang and homeless people, um, mentally challenged people, and sex workers. So I cared these people for 14 years. So filmmaker director read my book and he said he want to make a film related to my story. So it was kind of surprising. So, but I'm not sure how it goes. So I think I will talk with a filmmaker next Monday. But my wife said to me, there's not such a great story in the world. You should be careful. So I'm kind of trying to calm me down. But other than that, I'm really eager to this CP class this afternoon. This is who am I right now.
Thank you, Kaz. You're very happy and glad to be here. They're also happy about your book published. Yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to publish my book too, but good for you, Kaz. I love to see you here today. And I love all of you to join us together. And you know what? I just want to remind you that you are past mid-unit. So you're getting closer to the goal line. And especially we have Ran. We want to be finished with everything soon. Bro, can you believe? Every now and then Ram asks me, oh, can I finish this? And I say, yes, you can. Don't you think I'm too old? No, you're still young. Yeah. See, it comes, it happens. All right. Okay. So you all know that today we have 4 presentations. So I do not know how you guys have been doing this, but this is the order of presentation that I had today from Reverend James, Amabet, David, Annalise, and Skip. Is that how you were told, or you want to go a different way? It's up to you.
Whatever the group decides is fine with me.
Okay.
That's good with me too.
Okay,
Thank
good.
you.
All right. Okay, let's start with the Amabet then. Amabet, you can unmute and start sharing. And Annalise, can you send me your verbatim to my email?
Yes, I will
Thank
do
you.
that.
Okay, so
Wow, I didn't know that it's Amabet's 4th verbatim. Oh my gosh.
yeah, okay, just hold on a second. I'm sharing my thing, which is not right. So I will stop sharing and then try one more time. If not, then I will ask Reverend. Can you hear me? Oh, okay, stop. You can hear me now. Okay, so I have to do this. Share also to the left and tab and verbatim 4. Yeah. And share. It came right. Can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you, but I don't see your document.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it's on. Good, good.
Okay. You know,
Can
it
you
is
make it bigger?
surprising. Did I make it bigger?
Yeah, do you know how to make it bigger? Just see that, move your cursor to the left and up a little bit. You see that 100%?
To the yes.
Yeah, click on the 100% and
Yeah.
then make it 125.
Oh, okay. 125. Did it come okay now?
Yeah, yeah,
Okay.
I think that's good.
I'll try my best now. This is, as my group knows, I had struggled with using the PowerPoint, which I'm used to, but when I changed my computer, it became like very different, and I'm using Chromebook. So I am using also Google Doc. So that was a new experience. I have to email it to my educator, Reverend James, and he would post it. So I worked hard on how to do this, right? So finally, I have to click on Chromebook itself and then do something because it was, muting me and you couldn't hear me. So finally, I got over the hurdle, and that's the good news. For the first time, every presentation was done by my Reverend James, by my educator, and now I can do it. So this is really good success on my learning program. So that is really good. So I can delete this. Okay, so if it is bothering you, okay. So the verbatim presentation today is related to the female member of our church. I have told part of her story during our mid-evaluation. So you might think I'm repeating something, but the verbatim is about her that I shared the story during my mid-evaluation. So she's an adult, middle-aged woman, has two children, and one of them is married and have her own children too. So they are living together. So I will come to the background. But in relation to my learning, my learning need, I struggled to respond to the patient's anxiety when she was trying to remember her boyfriend's accident that took his life. So as I shared last time during my mid-evaluation, it was hard to, respond to her emotion because she was overwhelmed. So I see that as like a struggle for me on how to respond directly to her. So how can your peers and certified educator help you with this? I need help with my thought process, how to stop thinking beyond what the patient is sharing. And I will see what is next. So it was covered, so I couldn't read it, so I'm sorry. Yeah. So internally, I'm analyzing why this patient didn't allow, why his parents didn't allow his relationship with this girlfriend. I'm assuming that this accident could have been avoided. I'm not sure. So there is my internal process seems to be beyond what I have to be. Like I have to be present and stop myself, not to be too critical, not to analyze too much. So that has been still with me. And my analysis process is ahead of my own way of responding to the person. So that's one thing that I have been struggling throughout up to this point. My goal is to cultivate empathy for her emotional distress. The outcome indicators, as you can see, is identifying her formative and transformative experience in one's narrative history and her significance to her spiritual journey. So I'm dealing with that, and she was telling me her story as well. Socio-cultural identity, and it's about demonstrating knowledge of one's social identity as related to spiritual care. The outcome is like, as I said earlier, why did the family do this kind of? So it is justice seeking awareness bias, And I have to deal with demonstrating an awareness of implicit and systemic bias, including cultural and value belief-based prejudice and its impact on spiritual care. Outcome 3, spiritual values-based orienting system. Indicator 1A5 describe how one's value and belief about spiritual care are part of one's orienting system. So I have tried to see all this together. So the background, as I already stated, is like FR is short name for her, is a single mother living with 2 adult children and 2 grandchildren. She is originally from New Mexico and grew up in a Hispanic-speaking community. She is a member of Butler Faith community. She is well-groomed and speaks slowly and deliberately. She has heard and read about the chaplaincy service in this church. So as she shared her story, she had some regrets about marrying her children's father without the consent of her parents. She divorced him and moved to Fresno to raise her children on her own. She worked as a housing complex manager until she lost her job just before COVID. She lost her mom and dad within a year of each other's death. She also lost her boyfriend, whom she loved, in a car accident. She was not able to attend either his memorial or funeral service because his parents didn't know her and was not accepting, actually, there is error there, when he told them that he had a girlfriend. She currently lives in a small apartment with her daughter and grandchildren. So that is the historical background. My personal status: when I started this spiritual care ministry, I felt anxiety and a sense of excitement at the same time. My primary goal when I started this CPE training was to be equipped with necessary tools to counsel. I learned later that it's different from counseling, and provide care to people who needed spiritual care. I was not sure how to start and end the session. However, the more I had a chance to meet with different members of the congregation, the more I learned that patients are looking for a safe space to vent and share with someone they trust and share what was bothering them emotionally. So that was a good thing for me to learn. My problem is analyzing what the patient is saying and trying to fix their problem or suggest a solution. So that was, I I catch myself most of the time and thinking that, oh, they could do this, they could do this. So it's just in my mind there is more solution than what I heard the problem. So they have a problem and my mind analyzes and thinks about the solution. And then I would catch myself, oh, I shouldn't provide any solution to this. So after feedback from my educator and peer group, I have managed to listen carefully and to join the patient's emotion. FR came for the pastoral care service on Tuesday, March 7, 2026 at 2 p.m. and the session ended at 3:15 p.m. I know this patient because she is volunteering at Butler Church. So that's the historical pastoral. That's my understanding. And what was that? I'm just trying to move. My personal status. Okay, so now my plan, pastoral plan. I plan to establish a working relationship and provide spiritual care for a patient. I plan to provide spiritual care by assessing FR's normative formation and transformation history, her shared beliefs, social expectations, the rules and norms of her culture, and how she established her spiritual values. So from here on, so this will be the actual conversation, but some part is cut off. So should I continue or asking people to volunteer?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so I'll be the chaplain. Who will be the person to tell my internal process and who will be the person with FR? Can anybody volunteer for that, please?
I can volunteer for FR.
Thanks.
I'll be the internal person, internal voice.
Thank you so much. So here we go. Welcome. So I said, welcome, Francis. I don't have to say two.
Yeah, I got her name from the Butler Church directory.
Thanks.
You are wearing a beautiful tiara.
Thinking how to engage her in the conversation.
Oh, yeah. I always celebrate St. Patrick's Day.
I'm wondering if I can find some connection to the service I'm providing to her.
I love the story that he was kidnapped when he was a child and was enslaved. Later, he became a missionary, spreading his faith about the Holy Trinity, using a three-leaf shamrock.
I see. You found out that faith was an important part of St. Patrick's life. How does this relate to your faith?
I like the story of how St. Patrick came out of a hard life, slavery.
Yeah.
Despite the problem he faced, he came out of it and was able to share his faith with others. I have a hard life, not like him, so I have faith in Christ.
Using it.
So
Sorry.
I have faith in Christ and pray every day.
You said you have faith in Christ. In what way?
Trying to understand her belief system.
You know, I pray by saying, let your will be done in my life. I have to let it go.
Can you say a little more about you letting it go and letting God?
Yes, it is those situations that are not going the way I like. I divorced my husband because he has a jealousy issue, and one day he hit me. Then I left him for good. Then I lost my mom and my dad a year apart from each other's death. Then I lost my boyfriend from a different background. But his mom and dad did not allow him to marry anyone from another culture. So he got mad and started to drink a lot. As he was driving, he got disoriented and hit a pole and died instantly.
She grabbed the napkin in front of her and wiped her tears. Almost got the napkin before her. My tears fell. Am I too emotional?
I am so sorry. It's a lot to encounter all these losses. I'm
I
sorry.
didn't know what else I could say.
Yes, it is hard. However, I'm happy that I have Jesus. I pray and ask God to help me. I attend Bible studies with a women's group. We attend together. I like this program very much.
I understand that you like to be with your Bible study group. I mean, your friends.
Yes, I do. I also like to come and share with you because this has helped me to share what I don't share with the group. Please pray for me so that I can find a better house that has more rooms, enough for my children and me.
Sure, I will do that. You want to start?
Yes.
She prayed first, then I prayed based on her prayer request.
That's it. So should I go to the analysis part?
Okay, let's stop here. Okay. Can you go back to your need at the beginning? What do you need from the group?
Yeah.
Okay. So what do you need from the group about this verbatim, Emma? What kind of feedback do you want from the group on this?
So basically, I think I'm ahead of myself. So how would I calm myself? Because my thought process goes in line with the patient at times, but when I'm following up, I follow their lead, and my conclusion comes in.
Yes. Okay. All right. Okay. Let me excuse me. Let me stop your sharing for a quick. All right. So group, you heard the requests from Emma, and how would you like to respond? When you respond to that request for feedback, I want you to start with recognizing the areas where Emma did good, and then you offer the feedback according to her needs. Who wants to go first?
I can go. Amabet, thank you for sharing this with us. And I think you did talk about this a little bit in your mid-unit, and
Yeah.
I still think that your ability to empathize is a strength for you, that you can feel deeply for the people you care for. We don't have the verbatim in front of us now, but I think something that you did well is that even though you were feeling intense emotion, and I think joining F in her emotion, you didn't make it about you in your response. Your response was still focused on her. So that jumped out to me, that even though you might feel like you have a lot going on inside, you're not then letting it draw away your focus. So I think that's great.
Thank you. Thank you.
And if Caroline, if you want to respond to her request, so how can she not go advance ahead of
Yeah.
the patient? I mean the care recipient.
I think in some ways, perhaps very gently telling yourself, I'll come back to me later, but really being like, I think sometimes it helps me to stay more present when I'm trying to really focus on the person. Like, what are they feeling as they're telling me this? Like, are obviously we then have more conversation to find out, and don't want to presume. But I guess I try to just stay with what they just said. Oh, she just told me that her parents died. Wow. And then she's telling me that her boyfriend died. And I think trying to just be like, wow, this is what she's telling me right now, and this is what I see in her face or her body. If you're doing all that, I think it's hard to get ahead because that's already a lot to be observing.
Yeah.
So I don't know if that would help, but I maybe trying to just stay right just with her. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Caroline.
Happy to go next. That was great, Emma. I think it was great to see you staying with her, right? Every step. That was you engaged with her. She was connected to you. I also sensed from your verbatim, you are forming the trust. She trusts you to really continue the conversation. Something I can reveal more to the point of the deaths and the specifics and all the stuff, right? I mean, those were that minutia of detail that sometimes we may not pay attention to is how we are cultivating trust. That's a very big deal. Especially in your setting, you may not have a chance to see the same person over months, right? To have that trust earlier in the game is such a fantastic job that you have brought in to be able to earn that. Kudos for that, right? Regarding your question, that I have twofold answer to it. One, I'll share my own experience as I worked on CPE. I have this third person view almost in all these verbatims. It's me, the inmate, and my awareness who is looking at both of us. Right? So that is where when I finish the verbatim, first I take notes. I can always bring back the narrative from my memory.
Yes.
Right? That awareness is what I note about my why did I breathing become suddenly short cycle? Why did I feel the tightness? Right? That's one way to not get ahead of ourselves, because you are watching yourself through the third person view, right? And the other one, as growing this, my feedback to you based on my experience is when she explained about each one of the debts, is intervention, is to ask about her feelings, emotion, thoughts at that person, and really how she was doing at the time, right? With regards to the broader issue, right, that you really brought in, I had the exactly same issue about fixing or offering solutions versus staying with. So I put a spectrum in my life. One is tools and interventions. My knee-jerk reaction in the early CPE days and before is to focus on the tools. What can I, right?
Yeah.
As I grew more into the program, I got more and more into interventions than on tools.
Oh, okay. Okay. That's helpful.
I just thought I'll offer that. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Emma Beth, thank you for bringing this very real encounter. It's great to see your growth and how you're capturing the language in regards to empathy. You did it in C5. My tears fell. So think about her needs and your needs.
Hmm.
Her needs, when she talked about loss, 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 she was emotional, and then you connected with her emotionally. That was powerful. But it seems as though there was a movement to your needs to be seen as educator, minister, teacher. So there was a shift. Her need was right there, her need emotionally. And then I'm sorry you have had this encounter. Your Bible study friends are good. There was a movement away from her needs to your needs, potentially to be seen as the fixer. The powerful moment is when you connected with her, but you left that moment. And I think if you had stayed in that moment, as Ram said, and opened that up, explore, that it seems that could have well been her need. Thank you for bringing it, though.
Thank you. Thank you for pointing out that one. Really good.
Wonderful. Anybody else from the quiet voices?
Annabeth, I don't have much to say, but I would like to say to you that you've done a great job. I mean, this is your first verbatim, and I think you've come that far. You know, I mean, I've done only one, but I can see the improvement, the pattern of improvement since you did your first verbatim. So I'm just saying that great job. You've done a very good job, and be proud of yourself.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Emma Bett. Yes. And I do apologize. I'm finally back, I think, with you all, and I'm on my own computer, my laptop. So yes. So what would you say was like one of the toughest moments in this verbatim for you? What is the thing that gave you the most trouble in the not the interview, but the exchange back and forth?
Well, not exactly the exchange, but the emotion part that is poured at one time, one after the other. And you think all this trouble that she's carrying, and your mind wrestles with how did she cope up? How did she manage to survive? It's a loss after a loss after a loss. And besides, she doesn't have a good house to live in, no privacy. It's a small apartment. And she said she has good relation with her children and grandchildren, but still no privacy. So being at that age, you need your own room, and it's as she said, it is a financial constraint, but I didn't write all that. There are some parts that I cut. Anyways, you can tell she's carrying a lot. So you being there, present at the moment, and when someone is pouring a lot, you wonder, oh my God, how am I going to really, give her hope or provide care? And I'm glad to tell you frankly, when she shifted from all that stress to the Bible study group and stuff like that, it was a relief for me to shift following her own lead. So I know I didn't exhaustively deal with her loss and grief because I did at the time it was a lot for me. I found myself overwhelmed, to tell you frankly. So that's what happened.
Yeah, I like your answer. I felt like that too. As I was listening to you, felt overwhelmed, or how do I respond?
Thank
But
you.
I think that's the right place to be, feeling overwhelmed.
Thanks.
I think you're in the right emotional space.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Skip, you have something to say?
Well, I think that's it. Emmabette, what about that emotion? What's going on with you at that moment? Why was that hard for you, for her to show that raw emotion? And
Yeah.
Elisa, I think it was right on. What was going on with you? What's that about for you?
Well, two things. One, I'm glad she trusted me to pour all these emotions. But that leaves me in a safe space to be able to provide care. But again, I can't put her emotion in mine because this is a different kind of loss. Everything except my dad, which she didn't deal much on that because she picked both at the same time, which I don't have that experience. My dad and my mom still lives. My dad died, so there was no counter. A little bit, but not much. So I caught myself saying, "Okay, I'm here to listen." But the reason that she's going from telling a story to expressing her emotion is connected. Her story, she's remembering all the events that happened when she was with her mom, when she said no to her mom and dad. So that a regret. So by itself, there was a regret in her feeling when she was sharing how she met her husband and me, and she went with him, and she didn't listen to them. That part was a regret. Had I listened to them, I would have not been having trouble with my husband, kind of feeling. Well, could be or not. I can't judge with that, but she was telling me so that she has moved from her husband's house, and she's thankful for her father because she said, "I'm done. Dad, take me home." She, "Is that for good?" Father said, "Yeah, it is for good." So he has to give her right. And they were afraid for her safety, probably, because she told them that he hit me. And obviously, there is that issue. So I think she has additive effect of trouble that led her to burst. It's not just sharing tear, it's not just shedding her tears. she burst, she cried. Can you imagine carrying all this burden in her mind? And she might be thinking of something else, which I can't guess. But I'm there when I see her pouring all this and then start crying. What are you going to do? It's just I was almost ahead of her and shedding tears, but very luckily she grabbed the napkin and said, and then I was saying, it's okay. And then I continued my conversation with her. There are things that I didn't write, as I said. So, as I said, the word I can use, only one word, is overwhelmed at the time of her emotional expression. Did I answer your question, Skip?
Yes, I think so. You certainly identified the cause of her emotion, what was going on for her. I think the important work is what was going on with you, your emotion.
Thank you.
Wow, this is great, Annabeth. I see your growth here a lot, Annabeth, so I want to celebrate that. And ironically, as your peers recognized, you said, I didn't know how to do with my emotion. I felt overwhelmed. I felt sad. You sound like as if you did something wrong, but actually you did something good
Thank you.
by recognizing your emotions. Because before, on your previous verbatims, I could rarely see your feeling words. Now you're freely claiming those feelings. So it's a lot of growth. So I want to celebrate that.
Thank you.
And you're so good at, as your peer said, you're so good at staying patient focused. So the patient said something, you stayed right there. Let me give you one example. You did over and over again. You did it not just once, you did this over and over again. C3, FR2, let me share this with you. So FR2, she talked a lot about the St. Patrick, right?
Yes.
And then C3, you picked it up. You picked a part of what she said. So you started from, I see you found out that faith was an important part of St. Patrick's life. So you picked it up from her comment. This is a kind of empathy. I wonder if you remember my dialectic, but one kind of empathy is to summarize what they said and repeat it back to them, reflect back to them. Okay? And this is what you're doing. This is one way of empathizing. You are very good at that. Summarize what they said and reflect back on them. And then you end with open-end question. How does this relate to your faith? This is very good example of developmental statement, developmental response. You continue to help her to continue develop what she wants to say. Say more, say more. C4, you stay patient focused. Oh, so you said you have faith in Christ. In what way? You're very good at using this open-end developmental question. Say more. In what way? And after FR4, you also say, oh, can you say a little more? You're very good at offering developmental questions. Very good, very good. Okay. C5, I'm so sorry, as other peers said, good empathy. Okay, you continue to do this. This is definitely a good example of your growth, Annabeth. You need to celebrate this. Okay. Now, you have covered 1A already. Okay. Now I'm talking about 1B. Okay, I'm pushing you toward 1B. I think you've already covered 1A.
Okay.
1B is to be able to articulate what you did.
Okay.
You're trying to articulate about what you did because you do not know how I did right. I feel overwhelmed. I didn't know what I did, and somehow I didn't work well. But in 1B, you should be able to articulate about what you did and how you did. Okay?
Okay.
So this is very interesting. You said you felt overwhelmed, especially at C5. I'm so sorry. It's a lot to encounter all these losses. And in parentheses, you say, I did not know what else I could say. So this is not 1B because you're not 1B already. Not
Oh,
yet, not yet. Okay. So
okay.
if you're 1B, you should be able to say, oh, this is what I did because why? Does it make sense?
Yes. Okay.
These are the right words. I mean, you said wonderful words, wonderful empathy words. But instead of saying, I did not know what else I could say, I just said it. You should be
Yes.
able to say if you want me, oh, I did this because of this and that. Okay? All right.
Okay.
So your peers try to invite you to that reflection. Let me push you a little further. Okay? In the bed, I want to remind you that I'm pushing you past 1A.
Okay.
All right. You said, I'm sorry. I felt sad. I felt overwhelmed. What about her? What words about her? What situation about her remind you of whom or what incident?
The incident, well, not incident, but the situation that she was losing her father is the one which relates to my loss
Of,
of my dad.
yeah. How did you feel when you lose your dad?
I feel sad
And
and angry.
oh, why angry? Angry at what? Angry at God?
Angry I wasn't there. I was not.
Oh, you were not there. You were not be able to. Oh, I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, of course you were angry then. You were sad and angry. Okay. All right. So there was a great similarity between her situation and your situation that reminded you of. No wonder you could relate to her a lot. There's another interesting situation that reminds you of your own situation very similarly. What was that? Her situation, your situation, very similar to each other. What was that?
Yeah. She's from a different background, and the cultural norm.
Which is?
She was that parents are say to whom their daughter has to marry.
Right. And she felt what because of that?
Regret. She
Yes, right. And this reminds you of your own marriage because you married somebody your parents did not agree.
Yes.
How did you feel about that?
Yeah. Connection right there.
Yeah.
It is cultural norm to.
Right. So how did you feel when you were marrying your husband and your parents did not agree with that, did not approve that? How did you feel back then?
Back then, well, part of the regret is feeling sorry that I didn't please them, or at least I didn't wait for their agreement. So that's the feeling I would have. And would that change the matter that I have a love for somebody that they're not approve of? Maybe not, but I didn't give them enough time. So that seems relatable to her situation.
Yeah, of course. Annabeth.
Yes.
So these answers you are giving me now, or you already knew about this even before you gave these answers to me?
Yes.
Did you know about this before, or do you know about this right now?
Well, I'm processing in my mind, taking myself back.
No. Okay, let me ask you differently.
Okay.
So could you notice that her situations were reminding you of your own situations? Did you
Yeah.
notice that?
I did notice that it is kind of a counter reference issue, but
Yes, and that's what I'm getting at.
yeah, okay.
Okay, let me show you this. You knew the answer. At 5D, you did say,
Yes.
personally, I can relate to that far in relation to marrying a person that my parents did not approve of. I too relate to her in her prayer life as she depends on Christ.
Yes. That's very true. I knew it.
Yes. So it seems like you were recognizing it after the meeting.
Yes.
Now your goal is to be able to recognize it in the middle of the visit.
The meeting. Oh, okay.
Does it make sense?
Yes, it does. It
Okay.
does.
So that's 1B.
Okay. So,
Okay. Start recognizing this kind of transference in the middle of the visit. That's 1B.
mm,
If you can recognize this kind of transference every visit in the middle of the visit, that's 2A. That's where skip is.
okay.
Not only to be able to recognize it in the middle of the visit every time and change the course and get the better result, that's where RAM is 2B.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But you're on the right track, Amabet.
Thank you.
Yeah. So I'm kind of guiding you to that direction that you're doing very well. So you could recognize it. Wonderful.
Okay.
After the visit. So your goal is to, how can I recognize it in the middle of the visit
Okay.
every now and then? And then after that happens, you ask yourself, oh, I feel sad, I feel overwhelmed. How much of this is my overwhelm and my sadness, or how much of this is her sadness and her overwhelm? Does it make sense?
Yes.
That's where we're getting at,
Mm-hmm.
to be able to tell the difference. So, oh, she's this much sad, so I'm going to relate to this much, but I'm going to empathize with that much.
Okay.
Because let's say she looks like she's overwhelmed, like 10. Oh, no, it cannot be. It doesn't feel right. So ask yourself, Annabeth, what situation does her situation remind you of? Oh, it reminds me of my own marriage. Oh, then my sadness of this situation is probably 3. Oh, then hers is 7. I'm going to relate to her and empathize with her for 7. Does it
Okay.
make sense?
Yes, it does.
Okay, that's how it works. Now you're getting closer to 1B.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, you're on the right track.
Thank you.
Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Very good.
Thank you.
Any other comments? Anybody? Amabeth?
Yeah, this is very helpful. I know I came far because at the beginning of the session, I wasn't sure. I wasn't trusting myself either.
Oh, that sounds very honest. You are
Yeah,
not trusting yourself.
yeah. For the
Yeah,
beginning, no.
yeah.
But after I did it again and again and again, and every time I have a visit, I have a booklet that I record and I do the route. So every time I do that, then little by little, even the technology, can you imagine after I conquered the beast, I said.
Yeah.
So that was a
I'm
big
s-
improvement.
I'm so happy for you, Amabeth. I see you are more confident, much more confident, and you're claiming it. And next
Yeah.
time on your verbatim, I want you to say, I said this because I knew this, instead of, oh, I didn't know what I did it right or wrong. Okay.
Okay. So I should,
Amabeth, if
yes.
you don't mind, I'll offer you this. We have some indirect orienting systems commonality. We all grew up in British colonies.
Oh.
One of the generational trauma we all carry is being evaluated all the time. Right, and that is never an easy sensation. It can work in racial aspects and many aspects, and anytime we are in an evaluation situation, there is a sense of withdrawal. I used to feel a lot more even when I was working in that. Ultimately, with the way my parents superimposed, it became a everything is tied to an outcome and performance.
Yes.
And I just want to share, when we are self-critical, some of that generational aspect is in play as well. Just having a realization of that just eases that.
Thanks so much for sharing that, Ryan.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you.
Great job. Let's take a 10-minute break. We'll come back.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, who's next? Is it David? David, start sharing. When you join the CPE through Wi-Fi, sometimes it's really bothering because the Wi-Fi connection is not as dependent, reliable. It should be. All right. Okay, whenever you're ready, Dave, make sure you unmute yourself.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so this is my mid-unit presentation, and I would like to start with hold on. Okay, I would like to start with Psalm 1. So I'm gonna be reading Psalm number 1 from the Old Testament. Blessed is the one who does not walk in steps with the wicked, or stand in the way that sinners take, or sit in the company of mockers, but whose delight is in the law of the Lord, and who meditates on his law day and night. That person is like a tree planted by streams of water, which yields its fruit in season, and whose leaf does not wither. Whatever they do prospers. Not so with the wicked. They are like chaff that the wind blows away. Therefore, the wicked will not stand in the judgment, nor sinners in the assembly of the righteous. For the Lord watches over the ways of the righteous, but the ways of the wicked leads to destruction. Thank you. So now I'm gonna talk a little bit about my social identity. I think we've talked a lot about that. So I just summarize it. I identify myself as an immigrant from Ghana, as a US citizen, African American, a member of the Ghanaian African diaspora, marginalized, vulnerable, and disinherited. This shapes how I see myself and how others perceive me in this society. My understanding of spiritual care is deeply rooted in my lived experience as a Black person in a society where the color of a person's skin has real consequences for how one is seen, treated, and valued. So I'm gonna start with what were my expectations, hopes, and fears before I joined the CDP session, as the CPE session. What were you hoping to discover, prove, or experience? When I joined this program, I didn't know that the CPE program will require deep self-reflection and honest engagement with my own story, beliefs, and emotional responses as I care for others. One of my biggest fear at that time was the vulnerability required to share my personal experiences and to receive feedback from peers and supervisors. I was concerned about my responses to difficult situations and how I would perceive those feedbacks. I was not anticipating that the process would stretch my understanding of pastoral and spiritual care beyond theory, and move me towards a more practical relational form of ministry. As a lay minister, it was also part of my responsibility to care for members of my congregation who were going through difficulties, but I was never straight to this level that I'm experiencing now that I'm in the CPE program, and I appreciate every benefit of it. I was not anticipating the process. I was not anticipating that the process would stretch my understanding of pastoral and spiritual beyond the theory, which I already said. My priority has always been to impact others and to give people hope and support in times of uncertainty. So I was hoping not only to gain skills, but also to experience personal and spiritual growth that will shape the way that I accompany others in their suffering and search for meaning. I wanted to learn to listen more attentively and to fix problems. The reason why I put those points is that I always thought that caring for providing, spiritual or pastoral care required you to fix other people's problem. And I've experienced situations where I get overwhelmed, where I feel some kind of over attachment with people and their emotions, and I didn't know where these were coming from. Now I know, but before joining this program, I didn't know all this, and I didn't understand why I was being so stressed out. So joining this program, I was seeking ways and means to encourage spiritual discipline, provide practical guidance, empower people, and to serve more faithfully. It was also to deepen my ability to serve as a compassionate, competent chaplain and a pastoral caregiver in a hospital and also community settings. I was also looking to grow professionally and spiritually so that I can fulfill my calling to support people in crisis and to tackle social issues while addressing their spiritual needs. This was before joining this, and I didn't know that my assumptions were not really in line with what a competent chaplain was supposed to do. So the next was to discover my personal strengths and my weaknesses, and to learn to recognize the blind spots and biases, so that I can meet people where they are without imposing my own assumptions. If you have to describe the image of a spiritual caregiver you carried before CPE, what did that look like? Before joining CPE, I imagined a spiritual caretaker as confident, spiritually grounded, and able to offer meaningful words and prayers that bring reassurance and hope. in my mind, the spiritual caretaker was also someone who offered comfort, wisdom, guidance, and solutions during difficult moments in people's life. I often viewed spiritual caretakers, caregivers as someone who is a problem solver. And this is very true. That's why I keep repeating it, because for all my ministry work, I thought I was supposed to be a problem solver. So that's a very, very important aspect of what I'm learning now. And I think it's already helping me in so many ways. Now that I know that I'm not supposed to be a problem solver, and help others find strength in times of crisis. I was influenced by my own faith tradition, which often emphasizes that the pastor and the spiritual leader as a source of guidance and solution for those who are in struggle. Observing these leaders in moments such as hospital visits, funeral, counseling conversation, and times of communal prayer contributed to my understanding of what spiritual caregiving looked like. When I witnessed people offering presence, prayers, and encouragement during difficult moments, those experiences reinforced my belief that spiritual caregivers are people who help bring peace and hope in the midst of pain. Looking back, I realized that this image was somehow idealized. I tended to see the spiritual caregiver as someone who was always composed, spiritual, certain, and able to respond with the right answers. Entering CPE began to challenge this image by inviting me to see spiritual care less as providing answers and more as offering authentic presence, deep listening, and openness to the complexity of each person's story. Who's a role model, hero, or significant figure that shaped my thinking about care and calling? I would say my mom. I have many role models, but my mom is the number one. My mother lived a life of serving a family and also the community. She's someone who was very passionate about the plight of the marginalized and the less fortunate. She worked so hard for her children, her family, and community. When she was alive, and I remember when I was a child, my mom would pay for the school fees for families who couldn't afford to send their children to school. I know that I don't know about the American system those days, but in Ghana, even though school fees were subsidized, and not only in Ghana, a lot of African countries, you still have to pay school fees. It was minimal, yet a lot of people were not able to pay their children's school fees. And in those days, you go to school and they will send you back home because you haven't paid your school fees. I don't know if other people have experienced that before, but many countries in Africa, I mean, some things are changing now because right now Ghana they have free education, so you don't have to pay anything, but you still have to buy books and all that. But in those days, free education started just maybe less than 10 years, about 7 years ago. So for so many years, even though education was subsidized, you still have to pay school fees. And many people couldn't afford. And even those who could afford, they have to go and take loan, either from the bank or from other people with a very high interest rate. So my mother always had that problem of seeing children staying home, and she would just go and find out why you are home and you are not at school. And most of the time the answer is, oh, we don't have the money to pay the fees. And they send the child home. And my mom will always do her best to pay for the school fees.
We're not in a hurry, Dave. You take your time. We're holding space for you. Thank you for sharing this sacred story with us.
Really sorry.
No, there's nothing you need to sorry about. Thanks so much for sharing the sacred story. We feel so trusted. Thank you.
So my mom instilled in me that mindset of service and generosity, and her exemplary life is what I think I've been pursuing since I grew up. Unfortunately, she didn't live to see the fruit of her hard work. And that pains me a lot. My mom died at the age of 57. She died very young.
How old were you, Dave, when she died?
When my mom died, I was around, I think I was 21 years, and I was in Italy. Uh, Trying to get into college in Italy.
You're still very young.
Yeah. Where all my documentation, everything, was completed, and I've had admission to a school. It was around the same period that my mom passed. And for some reason, anytime I called, even though her sickness was very serious and she was in the hospital, I, they never told me the seriousness of her sickness. For them, the reason was that I couldn't handle it. I was in a foreign land, and they didn't want to put me in a difficult situation. So
you were not there when she passed.
I was not there when she passed.
How did you make you feel?
Extremely sad. But fortunately, I was able to go home for her funeral, and that helped me a little bit.
I'm sorry, Dave.
Yeah.
That's a shocking loss.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So she taught me so many things, about being content with whatever you have in life, about sharing. Uh, she always told me, just be content, you know. And she said, the richest person in this world is the person who's most content. It's not about money. It's not about accumulating riches, you know. And she once told me, remember, and that is why I always remember her. She said, when you grow up, you have duties to yourself. Take good care of yourself. Take good care of your family. And take care of your community too. You know. She was always about community. And I made it my pledge to follow her legacy, even though it's sometimes so hard and tough. And we're sorry.
Okay, I want to check in with you, Dave. You want to stay here a little longer
I'm
with your
okay.
mom, or want to move on?
Hello. Can you come here
You
again?
want you want to stay here a little longer with about your mom's story, or you're ready to move on?
I want to move on,
You
please.
sure?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay, Dave, I
What?
just want to remind you that we have a time limit.
Yes.
So with my respect for your these beautiful stories, I feel so sorry to say this. At the same time, I'm curious about what kind of beautiful feedback have your peers prepared in their hearts for you. So I just want to save the time as well. So is it possible, Dave, to kind of gently touch the rest of your contents so that they will have time to give you feedback?
Yeah, so I would do that, especially
Okay.
now that I'm over that side, I think
Okay.
I'll be okay.
All right.
Yeah, thank you. So, what did you believe about yourself as a caregiver before this unit? Before the CPE unit began, I believe I was a compassionate and attentive person who cared about others' welfare. People have told me I have a gift for helping others. I saw myself as someone who naturally wanted to help people, especially when they're experiencing pain, grief, and uncertainty. I believe that my faith, life experience, and the desire to serve others had already prepared me in some way to offer spiritual and emotional care. I also often felt that being a good caregiver meant being a problem solver and offering answers in difficult moments. I felt I felt a responsibility to provide answers and bring comfort and hope when people were struggling. However, beneath that confidence, there were also areas of uncertainty. I wondered whether I would be able to respond appropriately in situations involving deep suffering, trauma, and complex emotional needs. My question, I questioned whether my desire to help has led me to try to fix problems rather than simply being present with people in their pain and suffering. Uh, Looking back, I realized that my understanding of caregiving was still developing. I realized that I have not yet fully explored the deeper role of self-awareness, emotional presence, and reflective practice in spiritual care, which would enable me to provide a more effective care. Um, so my chosen symbol that represent my yesterday is the fog. Yeah, I came into this program with lack of clarity, uncertainty. I was anxious. Uh, I didn't know what I was getting myself into, so I'm using the fog because the fog hides doesn't allow you to see what is ahead of you. So that is my that's the symbol that I chose for my yesterday. Today, describe the disorienting dilemma or moment in your CP experience so far. I know there's so much to learn in this program, especially with the clinicals. But since I'm new, I've already experienced a lot of things already. Um, but I'm gonna just, use one instance that I think will be appropriate for now. I believe that being fully present with individuals in moments of pain and uncertainty was more about providing answers or solutions. Instead, I was confronted, the CPE program confronted me with the reality that sometimes people need space to express doubt, anger, and grief without being corrected or guided towards a particular conclusion. I felt convicted as I recognized my internal urge to fix the situation rather than simply remain present with the people in their struggle. I've realized that my understanding and discomfort came partly from my own assumptions about caregiving. I feel encouraged to listen deeply to people's story, and to acknowledge their emotions and spiritual concerns without rushing for answers. I now support individuals in exploring and expressing their own source of meaning, faith, and strength. This has influenced how I respond to others with patience, compassion, and attentiveness, seeking to create a safe space where individuals feel supported and valued. How has your image of yourself as a caretaker changed since you arrived? What is being formed in you? Through my experience in CPE, I'm beginning to understand caregiving in a different way. I'm learning that spiritual care is less about providing answers and more about offering authentic presence. Instead of feeling responsible for fixing someone's pain or finding the right words or answers, I'm discovering that the importance of listening deeply and allowing people to express their experience fully, even when those experiences include anger, doubt, or confusion. The process has also helped me become more aware of myself, my emotions, assumptions, and internal reactions during care encounter. I'm beginning to see that self-awareness is essential to spiritual caregiving. My own story, belief, and experiences inevitably shape how I respond to I respond to others. Learning to recognize those influences helps me to be more intentional and compassionate in caretaking, in my caretaking. Another change I noticed is that I'm becoming more comfortable with uncertainties. Earlier, I felt pressure to be confident and composed in every situation. Now I'm learning that it is okay not to have all the answers. Being present, attentive, and respectful of others, another person's story can sometimes be more meaningful than offering solutions. What seems to be forming in me is a deeper sense of humility and openness as a caregiver. This formation process is helping me grow in empathy, patience, and the ability to sit with others in moments of vulnerability. I sense the CPE is shaping me into a more reflective, more attentive caregiver and more aware of how my own backstory intersects with the stories of the people I serve. Tomorrow, looking again at my goals, from the beginning, do they still fit who you are today? Do you need um, do you need a new one? Not really. I think they're still the same, just that I need to improve upon it. So as I look back at the learning goals I wrote at the beginning of the CPE, I can see that they still reflect some important part of who who I am, but no longer fully capture who I am becoming. Initially, my goals were,
Dave,
yes, sir.
Dave, I'm so sorry, but for the sake of our time, I think you can
Okay.
skip to next one, 15. You skip to
Okay.
15. Yeah.
Okay. So, which of your original goals? Okay. As I reflect on my original learning goals, I noticed that some of them still feel very alive and urgent, while others feel less central to who I am becoming through the CPE program. The goals that feel most alive and urgent are those connected to being present with others in authentic and meaningful ways. My desire to grow in deep listening, to sit with people in their pain, and to respond with compassion continues to feel very important. However, these goals have taken on new depth. They are no longer just about learning a skill, but about cultivating an inner posture of attentiveness, patience, and openness. I feel an increased urgency to become more aware of how I show up in relationships, especially how my emotions, assumptions, and instincts influence uh, my care. I don't know if they are very similar. I don't know if I have to just jump to the next.
Yes. Yeah. Let's move to next
Okay.
one. Yeah.
Okay. So, my one or three of my learning goals is to deepen my self-awareness in caretaking encounters. I want to become more attentive to my internal responses, especially moments when I feel the urge to fix problems, provide answers, or move someone out of discomfort. My goal is to recognize these reactions in real time and to reflect on how they shape my presence. I hope to develop a more grounded awareness of how my story, emotions, and assumptions influence the care that I gave. And my second goal is to practice intentional, non-anxious presence, which is that I want to grow in my ability to sit with individuals in pain and uncertainty or spiritual struggle without rushing to respond or resolve. This includes becoming more comfortable with silence, ambiguity, and emotional intensity. My goal is to offer a presence that communicates safety, respect, openness rather than control or urgency. And the third one is to integrate reflection into my caretaking practice. I want to be more consistent in reflecting on my encounters before, during, and after. That is action, reaction, reflection, and new action. Uh, I want to do that so that I can learn from this process to be more intentional. This includes engaging feedbacks from peers, supervisors, identifying patterns in my responses, and using those insights to shape my ongoing growth as a spiritual caregiver. These goals feels more aligned with my transformation, with the transformation that I'm experiencing in CPE. They are less about mastering techniques and more about allowing myself to be shaped into a self-aware, present, and open caregiver. Okay, with the nicknames, unfortunately, PS, I have a problem with nicknames. I always link nicknames with labeling. I have a problem when people are giving names other than their own names. I have a problem with labeling because I know that it's always it gives a person a different identity other than the person's himself. And a lot of atrocities in this world has been committed through using, through naming and labeling. So I always have problem with that. So I decided to give like a group name, and I came out with the mustard seed. Our group name as a mustard seed. And the reason why I use the mustard seed is that mustard seed illustrates the immense power of small faith and the rapid expansion of growth. Our group is a small group, but we can grow from that tiny small group and become a large and shattering tree where we can, because what we are doing is we are serving people, we are helping people, we are out there, people are benefiting from the shade, from the fruit. Like in the Bible, it talks about the birds in the air, are all benefiting, something from the mustard seed. And that's exactly what we are doing. Our work is coming, we are small, but our work is, giving a significant and far-reaching impact in the world. So I preferred using a name for the whole group.
Thank you, David. Let's stop here.
Yes.
Yeah, stop sharing.
Bye.
Or I can help you stop sharing.
Okay.
Okay, thank you so much. You demonstrated clearly about your journey of growth. I personally could tell a lot of growth, and I was so happy to see you claiming that. Thank you so much. Speaking of nicknames, I hear you. Yeah, sometimes it could be considered as labeling. And then part of the purpose of that practice is to give you a chance to offer feedback to your peers, which is indicated 22 and 23 on your final evaluation. So Dave, I'm not pushing you, I'm just suggesting this is your choice, Dave.
Okay.
How do you feel? Do you feel comfortable? If you feel comfortable, would you mind offering your feedback to your peers in terms of their strength and growing edges?
In terms of my strength,
No. Each of your peers. So let's say you look at Skip. Can you tell him your feedback about what you think about Skip's strength and Skip's growing edges? Skip's is really good at this and this and this and that, and maybe at this one area, Skip probably, I think you could grow more on that. So can you give him that feedback?
that
Again, I'm not. This is your choice, David.
yeah, I understand. I mean, that is going to be very tough because I have had students at my workplace. I've had students.
Mhm.
I know them very well through teaching them. So it's easier for me to give them their strengths and weaknesses to help them to improve upon
Mhm.
whatever they need to improve.
Mhm.
We'll be together 8 months, 8 weeks, 9 weeks. It's tough. I know that everybody's contributing so much in the class. I'll be able to talk about everybody's strength, but not their weaknesses. I'm the kind of person, I hardly look at negative things. I don't I see.
Dave, okay, I wonder if you heard me clearly. I didn't say that negative things or weaknesses. I said
Okay.
strength
And weaknesses.
and the areas where they could grow more. So let's say, for example, Skip and Ram, they're at level 2.
Yeah.
I mean, they're really good
Yes.
at all the things, right? And then they're not compared by others, but according to their wish. I'm assuming Skip and Ram, they want to know more about where they can grow more. Skip, is that right? So if that's what they want, can you offer that feedback about where they can grow more? Does not say that it's their weaknesses. I didn't say it's their weaknesses, but
Okay.
they're curious about the areas where they can grow more.
No, that will be very hard for me to determine. But
Sure,
I can tell their strength. I
sure.
mean, the positive things that they have contributed
Yes,
in this group. That's
I
what
hear
I will be able to say.
I hear you.
So
Okay,
Skip has done. I've learned a lot from even the way he presents. He does his presentation and stuff
I
like
hear
that.
you. Yeah. I'm referring to the indicator 2023 on the evaluation. Okay, thank you. Thank you, David. All right, group. You heard David's mid-unit evaluation. What kind of feedback have you had in your mind and heart for him?
David, thank you for sharing such a well-prepared PowerPoint and putting so much work into it. There are two times for me I felt most connected to you. One was during the orientation when you shared your emotion about your health challenges. The second is when you revealed your emotional connection with your mom. I felt honored to have heard that story, and what a wonderful image you have shared with all of us. Thank you for sharing that very personal story. And I see you walking into that image so very much and building on it for her to celebrate you. Thank you for what you've done. Anyone else?
Thank you, David. I think thank you for revealing yourself in so much depth. It really touched me at many points. I'm with you. I'm absolutely with you on the challenges we experience at the human level. What also drew me to your story is how well you captured that prepares you to be a wonderful chaplain, right? At the end of the day, we have those wounds, we are still healing, we may never heal. It's a process of healing is from here to eternity, right? You seem to have cognized that beautifully well, and that is what the people who we serve are going to appreciate more, right? We have been we make ourselves relevant to them by understanding our own pains, our own transitions, our own experiences in life. And what you really articulated is so vividly, so clearly, so touchingly are those experiences that were so deep and meaningful to you. I felt I got to know you at a deeper level, right? Thank you for offering that, right? At the same time, no, you're right. We are only been through 8, 9, or 10 weeks into this program, but there's absolute optimism that you're going to be a fantastic chaplain going forward, and that's what matters to the call that you are waking up to. You've taken on, you've moved around, and you've really taken on a new internship. I'm so happy for the people you're going to serve, and that's going to be very meaningful and impactful. Thank you.
Hi, David. Thank you. I feel like you poured your heart into that presentation, and it's an honor to get to hear that. And I just wanted to say it's exciting for me to see how much you've grown. Like, it is a short time, but you've grown so much, and I agree with so many of the things that you've learned. To see that in you, I think not only to have that growth, but be able to articulate it shows that it's really seeped in for you. And so, like Ram, I'm excited for the patients who will be in your care, and to just see, I'm just like, wow, what are you going to do in the next 8 weeks? Like, there's going to be so much more. And so I appreciate how vulnerable you were. I know that's not easy, but I think there's such a clear, strong spirit of care you have that you got from your mom that really shines through as you were sharing your evaluation. And so I'm just, it's lovely to see that. And I think your patients will be very lucky.
Thank you.
Hi, Dave. I know you are still emotional, it seems to me, but it's okay. It's okay to feel the loss. It's also a chance to use it as a springboard to go forward. That's what I would say. According to as your presentation, as Carolyn said, you have put a lot of effort in making your PowerPoint so resourceful, even for your future reference. And we are thankful, as Skip said, we cried with you, and we are still also joining you. The first time you were sick and have trouble with this stroke, it was not easy. It's not easy. So you have come far to be able to provide care for others. This is really encouraging to see you grow. So thank you for sharing.
Okay. Thank you.
Is it okay to go? David, thank you so much. I'm excited for you for how you will remember this experience with your patients and those you serve who will be feeling the exact same way that you feel right now. I think that these moments when we can tap into our own power and our own emotions makes us even better chaplains. And I'm confident that you will become one, and you will be that. You will be very, very patient with people, sharing out of the depth of their emotions. I really liked a lot of the language you put in there, especially, of course, on the section about your mom and how she taught you to be content. I like that. I mean, without it feeling like a wave or feeling like something you have to do just to make it through. But there's content that we can feel when we are also being productive and being helpful to others. We can still be content, feeling satisfied. And that's what I heard from you today. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Paz, any comments or feedback for you?
First of all, thank you, David. My feeling was you brought your true self in this classroom, especially you're really true to yourself. So at the last sentence, last section, you did not like giving a nickname, and also that Joseph encouraged you to give strengths and growing edge. You still did not comfortable, and you named that. I really felt you're so true to yourself and honest. And also, your mom's story was very powerful, and I felt like your mom is in this classroom. Is that okay? Can I ask your mom's name? I want to know her name.
Mary.
Mary. Okay. Thank you. Your mom is Mary. Okay. I just want to remember Mary's. And also, can I challenge you one thing? Because I also don't like give a nickname to others, and I'm not good at giving a growing edge, asking growing edge to others. But David, I heard you use the uncertainty as 7 times, but I was not sure what uncertainty for you right now. So if it's okay, can you share what is uncertainty for you?
Uh, Actually, in terms of the CPE, in terms of the CPE, I had, as we mentioned, a lot of uncertainty because I wasn't sure what I was getting myself into and what chaplaincy would be like. At the same time, I wasn't sure if I was going to gain anything out of it. Uh, in my ministry, I saw a lot of challenges because my contest was in the Bronx, in New York, very marginalized community. And I wanted to do more than just talking to people and reading the Bible to people or something. I knew that I had a mission to do more than just the normal preaching and something like that. I really wanted to help people, but I wasn't getting that kind of resources. I thought I wasn't very prepared. So I was always looking for where can I get something to make me more effective in my ministry in terms of helping people, in terms of helping people and bringing transformation in people's life, you know, helping people to move away from the kind of life that they are in to maybe a better life. For example, those who are not working, how can I help them to get jobs? How can I help them to, this was the time I just wanted to see transformation in people's life. And I realized I wasn't having that kind of qualities or the resources. So the next thing that came to mind was maybe I should try chaplaincy and see if I can get something out of it to make me full or to give me the resources to pursue my ministry. So, but at the same time, I had that uncertainty. Am I able to get these things? Am I able to get what I'm looking for? The kind of uh, skills, the kind of preparation for me to be able to help people transform their lives, you know. And then when I came in, I realized that I need to even learn more about myself. I need to heal myself first. So, yes, so it has been a great opportunity for me. I don't know if I've mentioned it, but I've mentioned it to Reverend Kim. Uh, I always, what I did best was hiding my grief. You know, this is helping me to rediscover myself, to be more aware of myself, to be able to grieve without hiding my grief. I think I never wanted to think about my griefs. I always push them under the carpet, as people, I mean, quote unquote.
Hmm.
I've always afraid of painful things or painful memories,
Mhm.
you know. Uh,
Wow.
but now it seems like the time has come for me to
Hmm.
rediscover myself and
Wow.
understand what grief is. Yes.
Dave, I'm amazed. I'm amazed by your by your um amount and level of growth in terms of boldly claiming
Yeah.
um, your vulnerability. You kept talking about this uncertainty together with vulnerability.
Yeah.
And you were saying that you knew that you needed this, not
Yeah.
just for the sake of providing care, but also for your sake.
Yeah.
You said you've been looking for some way to give transformation. Whether you will end up with chaplaincy or not, I think this unit of CPE will be very, very helpful for you. And I'm very proud of you, Dave, today,
Yeah. Thank
that you're
you.
very vulnerable. And I wonder if you remember, this is for everybody. In terms of the journey of learning, there are 4 stages. The first stage is unconscious incompetence. You don't know what you don't know. That's pretty much where the students are at the beginning. And then the next level is conscious incompetence. You start knowing, oh, I don't know this, I don't know that. The third stage is conscious competence. Now you start knowing the skills. Oh, I know I can do this. I know I can do that. And then the graduating level where RAM is unconscious incompetence. You don't need to remember. You just do it, even before you think about it. So I think, Dave, you just made a leap of faith from unconscious incompetence to conscious incompetence. You claim that, oh, this I did not claim, this vulnerability I did not claim, their feelings I did not claim. Maybe I need to stop hiding. Just come out boldly and claim this. And as your peers said, miraculously, as you claim these feelings, it's not something you have to be embarrassed. It'll be a wonderful channels of connecting. See, when you talked about your memories about your mom, we all connected with you. And this is my personal story as I was listening to you. I told you this before. I was growing up being bombarded, abused by my dad, alcoholic. I can show you all different scars on my head and body. But even in the midst of that trauma, I had my foundation. I had my pillars. I had my mountain, which was my grandpa. And he passed very young, 59. I was only 19. I was not there when he passed. And I still cannot forgive me that I couldn't be there. And I feel so mad. I feel so sad. And I miss him very much. And I was connecting to you, David, when you shared. And I was connecting to you, Annabeth, today, very much. Do you know why and how I could become CPA educator? Through this momentum that I picked out of this trauma. Out of that anger, I found the momentum to be an educator of CP, to be a chaplain, instead of buried under this anger or sorrow. Because of that trauma, I could practice this 20 years of pastoral care because this gives meaning. because this gives me connection. And Dave, you did a wonderful thing today. Your mom must be very proud. I assume, if I may. Any other comments from the peers, from Dave? Thank you again, Dave, for inviting us into your sacred space. We felt very honored today.
Thank you.
Let's take a 10-minute break. Okay, Annalise, go ahead and share the screen.
Okay, sharing my screen. Sec here. All right, hopefully you can all see my screen.
Yes.
Okay.
Can
Oh,
you?
get up. Yeah, I
Yeah.
gotta get up to the top and I'll make it bigger. How about that?
Make it a little more big.
Better?
Yeah, can you make
Okay.
it a little more bigger?
Oh, a little bigger, sure.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, yeah, I can go bigger.
Thank
Okay, I can make it. I have a wonderful big screen that I use too, so that helps my eyes. So again, thanks everybody. I moved my dad last week and I moved myself this week. So this has been a week and
Hectic week you went through.
yes, but it was really about the only time I could get it in. So here I am. And here we are. Thank you. Okay, so this is my third verbatim. Patient's initials are PS. There may be a few mistakes in here again because I actually moved myself on Monday and I had movers, but my technology failed. So for the last several days, I've been having to access everything on my hotspot. But finally, they came today and I'm back in business. So anywho, patient, a young girl, 10 years old. She came into the emergency room. Her parents are TS and DS. Initially, she came in due to what they thought was a seizure. And then I put slash unknown. Young white girl, white parents. Date of the visit was 3/20. Lasted about 30 minutes. So my focus was, as it always is, trying to provide the support to the patient and the family who admitted into the ED as a level 1 trauma, which is the most acute. She did survive it, later transferred to the pediatric intensive care unit. They were able to stabilize her and help her to breathe, but they did have to intubate her. It's a very traumatic procedure. That is kind of where I came in because I was already in the emergency room that day. One of my colleagues, his son was ill. And so his son was admitted, and I was going down to the ED to give my colleague and his son some pastoral care. And I got a phone call. We've started using Epic. So I got a call from the nurse in ED that there was a mother in room 1 who was really torn up about her daughter being in the hospital. So I said the father of the patient stayed in emergency room throughout with the patient, but as you'll see, I moved elsewhere with the mother. But I did remain with the family until their daughter or the child was stabilized. So what I'm asking you for is, again, my input as my approach and questions. And I'm really interested in what to do about this thing called prayer. We didn't pray, but as you'll see as to where I'm at with that. What and where I'm at with that. So anyhow, I put this down as category B, awareness of self and others. Articulate how one uses intercultural and interreligious humility while providing spiritual care. And that is IB 8, indicator 8. I think I'm doing this right. And then also spiritual care interventions articulate how one's communication styles and skills, including trauma-informed approaches, develop spiritual care relationships. So IB 13. So that's what I highlighted for myself here. again, I've already pretty much gave you the background. Personally, I knew that I was walking into something that was unknown, so I did stop to find out before going into the room and speak with the nurse who called me, and she said that there was a mother who seemed to be having a hard time. I have had both good and bad encounters in the ED, so I'm always a little anxious of what could be happening in the trauma room. That's where I'm always at when I go to the ED. At this point, I didn't start off that way, but of course, after what, 6 months, it's almost been 6 months that I've been at this hospital. Well, it has been 6 months. On the 6th of, well, almost, yeah, on the 6th of April. So I'm always a little nervous about what could happen because any little thing could go, take us off a cliff, or hopefully it lead us in a better direction. But anyhow, I mean, I just put down here the purpose of the visit was to provide the patient and the family with emotional and spiritual care. I probably could put more here. I could probably put that I was there to build a relationship, but as it happens in the ED, there are times when a patient and family gets admitted to ED and they're gone in a few hours, even at level 1. But that's not usually the case, but I have seen that happen. So I'm always just, thinking I probably won't develop anything long lasting with this family. Like I won't see them again, but sometimes I do. So I need someone to be the nurse. Okay, and I think I just left the wrong thing here. So this should be nurse 1, right? So I just put her initials. So I need someone to be the nurse just for a few lines here, right?
I can do that.
Okay, thank you, Caroline. And I need someone to be, I just put parent for P. So it's just P, P4. I think it starts at P4 or P3. Starts at P3. And then someone to read my innermost thoughts, the blue sections.
I could be P.
You're gonna be P. Okay, you're gonna be the parent. Thank you. Anyone to be me, technically, in the blue. Is there anyone who would like to read my thoughts, read my mind? Please.
I would love to be you.
Okay, be me, Skip.
I want to be you, Annalise.
Read my mind.
You beat me by a fraction of a second, Skip.
Careful what you ask for.
I win. Can he be my tag team if it's too much?
Yeah, I would be happy to. Okay, let's go. Are you ready?
Yes.
Everyone's ready. Great. Okay, I'm going to be me, of course. Chaplain 1. Hello, in Nurse 1. I'm Chaplain Annalise. You called me about should be room 1, right?
For the most part, but I could feel myself brace for what she was going to tell me.
Thank you. I left something out. For the most part, I was calm.
Oh, yes. Wow. That was fast.
I thought she was going to be more stern than she was. I have seen this nurse become a little testy with me and other chaplains, so I was pleasantly surprised.
Yes, I called because Mom in room 1 seems to be really shaken up. I thought someone from the chaplain's office could be helpful to her.
Oh, well, thank you for that vote of confidence. I'll be glad to go in and be present to this family.
I started on my way, but just when I realized that I had not asked the nurse any questions, but to be honest, I was not sure what questions to ask.
So I turned around. I should say I turned around. Is there anything I need to know about this family?
No, I just think she's having a hard time. Thank you for coming.
Nurse Kelly went back to what she was doing, and I started just down the hall, and I made my way to the patient's room, which is only about 30 feet from the nurse's station. I knocked on the sliding glass door, and I looked in through the curtains. As I see the family, I noticed the woman who I assumed to be the mother was sitting down and leaning over, holding a tissue to her face in a lot of visible pain. As they looked at me, I introduced myself.
I am Chaplain Annalise. Is it all right if I come in? The chaplains at Children's Mercy are members of the care team. I should have just said members.
I use this caveat because there are times when the mention of a chaplain is taken to mean a potential death. I noticed that the mother looked confused as soon as I introduced myself. Mother looked a little relieved when I said, and both parents shook their heads, yes, for me to come in.
Yes, come in.
Oh, this is supposed to be blue.
Mother is barely able to say these words. Turning to the mother first, I asked.
She's your daughter?
Both parents nod yes.
Okay. I'm so sorry that you're going through this today. I'm sure that it feels like the worst day of your life.
Now the mother cries even more and nods yes.
Is it okay if I sit here?
Referring to the chair right next to the mother, the father was standing on the other side of the mother.
What is your name?
I'm Mary, and this is Brad.
Mary and Brad. What is your daughter's name?
Palmer, she is 10 years old.
Palmer was unresponsive as the staff was working on her.
Is this your first time at this hospital for anything?
Yes, we have never been here. This is totally unexpected.
Oh, I'm sorry, but you're in the right place, and I believe they're doing all that they can to help Palmer.
Thank you.
Mom starts crying harder. I sit quietly with the family in silence for about 2 minutes, learning more about what was taking place, and I finally said more.
Can I get you something? Some water? A wet towel? How about some softer tissues? Should be soft.
I realized that I had left the tissues in our office. The tissues that are in the ED are like paper. Mother shakes her head and smiles.
That would be good.
Yes, these tissues will cut you.
I was trying to lighten the mood.
You would think that we would have better tissues, but I will be right back. Sorry,
I
it's
then make a
medical section.
long and walk back to the office, grab the tissue, and head back. Before I leave the ED, I noticed the nurse who called for me that I was going to get tissues and would be right back.
I notified the nurse. Yes, it should be. Sorry.
Okay, thank you.
I make it to my office and back in about 7 minutes. I knock on the door and say softly,
I'm back.
Okay.
The mother's body language was that it was okay for me to come and sit next to her, but I looked to me like she was going to vomit. I leaned in close to mother, and she was starting to put her head in between her legs.
Would you like to get out of this room for a moment? Okay. So sorry, I'm going in real time. Would you like to get out of this room for a moment? Is it too much for you? There is a room right down the hall that we could go to, and Brad could join us there when he learns more.
The mother shakes her head, yes, softly, swiftly, so that seemed like the right assignment.
Thanks. Okay, when you're ready, you can follow me.
I wait for her to gather her purse and other belongings, and we head down the hall.
Thank you.
She said with a sigh of relief.
And this is me. We can just be here for a while. This is kind of when I got in there. We can just be here for a while until you're ready to go back. How does that sound?
Thank you.
She cries harder.
So we sit down. Your daughter is being so brave in there, but it is hard to watch her be intubated out here, right?
Yes, she is.
Mother cries a little more.
This is hard for you. I see.
Yes, it's very hard.
Shaking her head.
Please let me go and get you some water.
Yes, that would be good.
Great. Great. I will be right back.
I go and come back with waters, one for her and one for her husband, and I resume the conversation.
I understand it might be a seizure. Has she ever experienced something like this before?
No, nothing.
Taking the water and taking a sip.
Oh, I see. That is hard.
I sit back in the chair across from her and model a non anxious presence. Mom responds with silence and shaking her head, yes, and with a box of Kleenex that I provided.
How do you face difficult problems? Do you practice a particular faith tradition or preference?
We are Roman Catholic and very grounded in our faith.
Oh, that is good. I'm a former Catholic. Is there a special prayer that you... And then at this time, we were interrupted by a nurse who wanted to give an update to the mother, and the father was not far behind. I was going to ask her to reflect on what gives her faith or hope in her tradition, but we stopped so that she could get that update. And there was good news. The medical staff were able to stabilize her daughter, and we walked back to the ED room and waited in the room, and staff prepared her daughter for a transfer to the PICU. While we were waiting, they were still working on her daughter, but the mother was able to be or stand bedside, or there it is, be bedside and standing next to her daughter, stroking her hair, etc. In the interest of time, this does include the verbatim part, but a few days later, I was at the hospital and I was able to visit with his family after running into the father in the hallway. And he invited me back to the hospital room, should be. So that's it for the Joseph, that's it for the verbatim part.
Wonderful. Thanks so much for sharing.
you.
Okay, let's stop sharing and
Stop sharing.
please
Okay.
remind your peers about what you need from peers on this verbatim.
Okay. So yeah, so it didn't happen, but I'm interested in what to do about this thing called prayer. And in this moment, because I could have very easily asked her to pray, and I didn't, and neither did she. So I always have that on my mind, right? Because someone's suffering, they're in pain. And so I thought about that. I mean, sorry, is it siren going by? Also wanted to, just get your feedback on the line of questioning, what you thought about it. Maybe what you would have done or done differently.
I'm still trying my how to understand your question. So I'm wondering if I'm hearing you right. So are you asking your peers and me to tell you about your decisions to go there, like ask for like any specific Catholic prayer that'll help you in this kind of situation, or is it better for you to just simply ask them what you want me to pray for? Is it about the choices between these two, or about different like faith tradition, like Catholic? And did you have to pay more respect to their tradition or did not have to? Is that, I'm still trying to understand your question about that.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I tried to say it here. Ask my CPE peers for their input as it pertains to my approach and the questions. Like, how did those strike you? Did those seem like meaningful questions? Did those questions seem to actually give a calm presence in your mind? She didn't ask for prayer, but as I said, I have prayer on my mind.
Did you have a prayer in your
Interesting.
mind at that
Huh?
moment? Did you have a certain type of prayer in your
Oh,
mind?
no. I just wanted her to tell me because, I know I'm formerly Catholic, so sometimes there are prayers that people want to pray at a certain time.
I see.
I
Okay,
was just
I see.
asking. Yeah, I was just asking her at the end there. I was getting ready to ask her. I was trying to ask her, is there a special prayer that you would like to pray, like Hail Mary, right?
Yeah.
Or whatever. I didn't name it for her.
Okay, great. Thank you. Skip's
Okay.
raised
Okay,
hands.
got it.
I thought, Annalise, I thought it was interesting. We share some parallels. So I came from an evangelical to, I mean, we don't. So let me back that up. So I came from an evangelical to now very liberal universalist perspective. You use the term former Catholic 2 or 3 times. Chapter 1 in our theology in our textbook talks about dual track mindset. Were you saying former Catholic for you or for them?
Well,
My
I was
point
saying
is,
I am a former Catholic for me.
right.
Mhm.
So I came through this in that I thought, oh, I'm sitting with someone who's evangelical. That I don't like evangelicals. That's not who I choose. But I know their language, I know their theology, and I know their approach. Different from mine. It's not what I choose now. But in chapter 1, she talks about I can use their language to minister to them spiritually and not be my theology. Do you have to say former Catholic?
Yes, I wanted to.
Yeah,
Well,
you
I
did.
wanted her to know I'm not Catholic, but you are. So it's a good question though, because do I have to? I mean, because I guess I was thinking maybe she might have thought that I wanted her to know I was not a Catholic. Yes, I wanted her to know that because I guess I could have been a lay person who's Catholic, although that probably wouldn't be the thing that would happen. Like I've never met any lay Catholic chaplains ever. So anyway, yeah, I wanted her to know that I had that tradition, right? I came out of that tradition. And so sometimes if I'll say I'm former this or former that, I just want the person to know that I have a knowledge of your language.
Could you use the language without saying I'm former?
Well, in that case, I wouldn't say Catholic. I don't know what I would say. I would say I used to be a part of the Catholic Church. I mean, is that what you mean?
So let me for lack of a better term, try to translate what Skip trying to ask you. Sounds to me that Skip is asking you and wondering if there was any conflict within you between your choice of asking her for like, oh, do you have like some Catholic prayer that'll fit in this situation that'll support you? And at the same time, somehow, somewhere in your mind, that you do not necessarily buy that prayer in this kind of situation. Is that any sort of like unconscious conflict in you? I think this sounds like what Skip is trying to
Well,
ask
no,
you.
I didn't think so because I didn't know what prayer she was going to ask me for if she would have asked me. She might have been like, I'm good. And I would have said, okay. But if she would have said, yeah, I want a Hail Mary or Our Father or whatever it is, then I would have said we could say that together if you would like.
Mm.
Because I've learned that if I offer the prayer and I just give a prayer, it might not be the prayer they want. You know, I was just trying to get from her, like, what is the prayer you want here, right? Because see, and I have put it in the rest of my write up from my verbatims that prayer isn't something that I do.
So
I do not pray.
I hear you. How comfortable do you feel about that Hail Mary prayer prayed in this kind of situation?
Giving prayer, offering prayer, how comfortable? Are you asking me?
Yeah.
I'm uncomfortable.
So you are uncomfortable.
I am uncomfortable with prayer.
Oh,
yes.
I see.
I'm
okay,
like,
I think
I don't want to give you prayer unless you want prayer.
That's where Skip is trying to get it.
Oh, okay.
Because
Okay.
you
got
sounded, there's something going on.
There is.
Don't take no analysis, because your question made me wonder, because that sounded very natural place to get to. And I love the way you get there. But you asked us the question about that. And why Anderson trying to ask a question about? Because it seems so natural. There's something uncomfortable.
Yeah, it is. No, prayer is uncomfortable for me because when I don't pray and so because I don't have a recipient of my prayer. So I'm not thinking somebody's listening to this. But
I see.
when I know other people do, and so part of my job is to pray with people, whether I'm comfortable with it or not. I mean, if I were to say no, I can't pray with you, then I'm sure my colleagues would be like, "What's wrong with you?" Right? And I do. So this is why I brought this thing because I am uncomfortable with praying. Like I don't
Thanks so much
know.
for claiming that, Annalise.
Yes, it's so hard for
It's
me.
so bold and vulnerable. I think Raymond's comment.
Okay.
Yeah, a great question, great introspection. I really appreciate you bringing this out. In Buddhism, we don't have a notion of God, right?
Right.
So particularly, there is no within Buddhism, we don't have intercessory prayer, which means we pray for a higher power for the benefit of someone else. However, what I do is I don't even bring faith into the conversation. I would basically certainly ask him, would prayer be of help to you right now?
Oh, I like that language. Yes.
Okay. And then it's almost like you're asking for a permission.
Yes.
If they say yes, what are we praying for? Is there something that you really want? And I construct the prayer pretty much dynamically at that point. Okay. And this is my way of saying I want to meet the person where they are. So I want to leave my baggage behind. Right? At that point, I have my heart's already tender at that connection. So I'm building the energy from that tenderness and not make a big deal. My ego would say, Ram, prayer is a big deal for you. No, put that aside. Okay. But essentially, I am in love with the person, and the love is the act that really brings that energy and really understand its meaning making in that transaction for me at that moment.
Yeah,
Hope
I love
that helps.
that. And that's a great question because I have, I have very few people I can ask this, even of my colleagues, like, because, and Buddhism is something that or a tradition or a framework that I'm most drawn to, right? So I would definitely, I've written that down because I need help. I'm like, I don't know what to say here. Yeah, I appreciate that a lot.
Yeah. So I thanks so much, Annalise. I see many hands are up. So Skip first and then Caroline.
Well, I would just say the point of spiritual care is their spiritual care.
Yes.
And you are rich with tradition of language, Methodist and Catholic. You are endowed with a great ability, and we know your love of language. Your use of that language is for them.
That's right.
If they said, "I love this poet,"
yeah,
you would
then
say,
I would have been like, okay, tell me about the poet.
Yeah.
Let's go,
So use their language for their benefit, and you don't lose anything of your integrity.
Right.
And my only point was it's on them.
Just hearing the word former. I like that. Yeah. That might have, for some people, it might raise some flags too. I get it.
Thank you. Caroline.
Annalise, thank you for sharing this with us. It's so it's got layers in here. And I think it was interesting because I do often ask questions of inmates of, what is your faith system so I can understand. But I've never identified myself unless they ask me specifically because I kind of feel like it doesn't matter. And so when you said I need them to know I'm not Catholic, that I'm like, why? Like, why does that matter to you? I don't know if they'd have any assumptions, but in many ways, that is, I think there's something going on with you there where you don't want to be identified a certain way, right? Um, but I think what you said makes a lot of sense that if you don't have prayer as part of your personal practice, it's weird. And so, but I do think that just your line of questioning made sense. I think you could have stopped, you could have just paused and asking like, how is your faith helping you? Or, because she said they're very grounded. And, I mean, you could have said like, are there any things that you can turn to in this moment? And if they said prayer, then you could say, can I support you with prayer? Or would a prayer help you right now? Um, And I wonder even if it's not comfortable for you to pray to the Catholic God, if you just said, would a prayer help you now? And then you prayed a prayer that you are comfortable praying, that could still be a blessing. Um, I feel like this tension with we want to care for their spiritual care, but also we need to be able to come from an authentic place
Yes,
in us at the same time, right? And
right.
so sometimes I've met Muslim or Buddhist inmates, where in some ways my prayer is more generic, like specific to their needs, but I pull back a little bit from language because that's not my tradition and I don't know the ins and outs, but I'm focused on them in the prayer. Does that make sense what I'm saying?
Oh
Without
yeah.
necessarily going towards like I don't know the Catholic faith. I couldn't do a Hail Mary with somebody, but I would be so happy to pray with somebody who is Catholic and have
Mhm.
before. Um, so I don't know if that helps, but I think you have the right instincts
Yeah. Well,
and
yeah, and I
then
would
some
like to
innovations.
say
Yeah.
more about that, about why I said I want them to know, because I've also struggled with that. Uh, Generally, nobody's asking me what kind of chaplain are you, but they do. They also do that. And so, and it doesn't have anything to do with prayer. Sometimes I think it's a gender thing because when I was a pastor, people say, when were you ordained? Right? So they never asked my male counterparts, when were you ordained? But they asked me. So the question about what kind of chaplain are you is loaded for me. I'm really bouncing off the walls when people ask me that in my mind. So I've kind of come down on the place that says, no, well, I want you to know, I don't want to do this dance. I don't want people to be interrogating me, right? Let me just put it out there in front of you. Tell you right now, I'm not a Catholic, but we can get down with Catholic. That's what's going in my head. We can be Catholic right now. Um, and it's still because my whole thing about being a chaplain is I want to be authentic. I want to be present, but being present, whether I was a humanist or not, or Catholic or not, is not about who I am, that still matters for me. Um, and it's not even about being a religious person or not, because when I walk into a room, I'm not worried about necessarily whether they're religious, but she said to me, yes, we're grounded in our faith. Oh, excellent. I'm glad to hear it. And I really wanted to go in that direction with her, except we were interrupted, or and for a good reason, right? So what I did say in the analysis part is about 4 or 5 days later, or maybe I said it, I saw the husband in the hallway, and he walked by me and he recognized me and said, oh, hello. And I was like, oh, wow, hello, how's it going? And he's like, oh, he said, how much time you got? Right. And I said, oh, wow, I could come right now if you want me to. And he's like, come on. And so when I got to their room, they were just very embracing. And that's one of the reasons why I say I'd rather for people to know up front, because if I don't disclose some things and then I come back and I'm back into an experience with them and they find those things out, they feel like I have betrayed them. So that has been my experience. People will, well, you prayed for my son, but you're, X, Y, and Z. Sometimes they're offended, sometimes they're not, right? So I've had people for a 2-year-old who died, and I prayed with them and I did not disclose anything, and they didn't ask, so it was okay. But when we were in the room later and the son did die, but prior to his death, the grandmother asked me, well, how can you pray if you're not a believer? Right? So yes, layered is not, I mean, that's another verbatim, maybe wait, but
How did she know they're not a believer?
well, because she asked me directly then, right? Somebody asked me directly,
Oh,
are
really?
you, yeah, they were
Are
asking
you
me,
Christian, chaplain? Is
are
that?
you Christian? That's the first type of
Oh,
question.
I see.
But because, like I said, I've been dealing with this since I was in my 20s.
I
This is the
see.
way people, what they ask of women
Oh,
often in the room. It's a way
I
of
see.
finding out if you're legit, if you're supposed to be
Right,
there.
right.
And so I do
I'm
typically want people to know
sorry.
as early as possible. Yes.
Sorry that happened to you.
This
Yeah.
is okay.
I'm a bit.
Yeah. Well, first of all, thank you, Annalise, for such a wonderful verbatim that you are present with them, with the mother and with the nurse as well. So
Mhm.
it was thorough on that. But when you list the need, you said, I don't know what to do with the prayer. And I was following to find where was that prayer situation. I was looking for the situation that you encountered. You
Oh, okay.
didn't yet. So you didn't pray, you didn't that. But doesn't matter because the next day you would be encountering them again and maybe the issue will come up. What my suggestion would be, as you know, would be it is good to have your own ground. It's good to have your authentic self, which I really appreciate because authenticity is part of our role. And yet we can be present for them. It's not our theology, but their theology of belief. So you join them and ask if they would like to pray, and you will join them. Would you be able to do that? Just ask them. I wouldn't present your request as you would do it, but I'm here to be with you and join you in your prayer. Take your time. Be the person to pray for. I mean, to ask God. So maybe that would solve the problem or the tension that you would have in your mind.
Yeah. Yeah, I like this. I'm here to be with you, and preface that way because I also feel, again, because I have seen this go in a direction that it kind of made me nervous. To people say, well, you're not a believer, how could you pray? So if I say to someone, I'm here to be with you, and I had asked her right at the end, I was trying to get to it before, someone came in the room. Is there a special prayer you would like to pray? And if she would have said, yeah, the Hail Mary, right? Hail Mary, full of God, full of
God,
grace, blah, blah, blah. So I would have gone with her that way, but I would have been nervous too because I could forget the words. So I let them lead the way, But I also do want them to, this is not my normal practice, but I'm here to be with you. I could also suggest if they want someone to pray with them out of their Christian practice that I could call for someone to come. I'm just trying to be as authentic as possible without, hide what it would seem like to some people is like I would be hiding something from them. Because we live in a religious, like our world is dominated by religion and organized religion, so to speak. So when I, as a humanist chaplain, walk into the room, like I have my own way of crying out for help, right? That's what I cry out for help. I might say help out loud in real life. And that it took me a long time to get to that. Like it took me from the year, especially 2010 to what, maybe 2015 to learn to do that and not be feeling like I was breaking some atheist rule or whatever, you know, or humanist rule. Like, I'm praying to whom? Oh no, I don't do that. So what I have learned to do is I've had to reconstruct my theology, if you will, of what prayer is, you know, how to be present with people who do engage in prayer. And yeah, I like that though. I'm here to be with you. I could do it with prayer. I'm willing to pray with you, not for. I typically won't say, well, I'm going to pray for you. I say I can be with you. I can pray with you. And I'm more than happy to do that. There's some people who I walk in the room, they don't ask any questions, and they've already made the assumption that I am Christian. So when they make the assumption that I'm Christian, I pray with them. I do not stop. I do not say I can't do that. If they make the assumption, then I go ahead, right? It's kind of a weird thing, but because part of it is, well, they're asking me based on their assumption. So I don't know.
Ram, thank you. Ram,
That's beautiful. So I'll offer some this, Annalise. I have few situations where they look at me and they ask, they were not sure if I'm a Christian, right? So I come from the other side, right? Obviously. And I offer them, I'm trained as a chaplain to serve in a multi-faith environment.
I like that.
Okay.
Mhm.
And absolutely, I believe in the power of prayer. I'm happy to offer to you. Also, if you would like me to bring a chaplain here of your faith, I can arrange for that as well.
Mhm. Mhm.
Okay.
That's
So
yeah.
I kind of connect with, that's my way of connecting with them and yet offering a choice.
Yes.
And I haven't, in my very limited experience in the area, no one declined an offer to pray at the
Right.
time.
Exactly. That's helpful. Thank you.
good suggestion, Ram.
Yeah,
Mhm.
Very practical. Oh yeah, Caroline.
Can I say something that's unrelated to prayer?
Yes.
Yeah. I just wanted to say I appreciated you literally creating a space for her to cry and recognizing that she was overwhelmed in that room. And it just, even if her daughter was intubated, I have been in the ER with my child, and I feel like I cannot cry in front of my child, even if my child is not conscious. You know, it's just such an instinct. And so I was really struck by that move. Um, and wanted to say it was
Thank you.
creative, and you literally made space for her.
No, thank you. Yeah, that's a big part of this. Well, I also started at the point where I started with in the beginning, because yeah, I know she was getting ready to. The child was actually unconscious. You know, they had to intubate her because she was not conscious. So, yeah, she was getting ready to vomit, like be on the floor, and she was just like, "Please, yes, get me out of here, right? Get me." I said, "Sure, let's go down to this room." All right. And her husband was um, more than happy to stay. I did write at the end of my write up that well, I'm thankful that number one, that the little girl, you know, was fully back to life when I saw her again and talking and engaging. But in the moment, in the beginning, I didn't give the care was really about the mother. If you know, later I would love to have heard the more from the patient. As you know, I presented before about, and we are very intentional about that at Children's Mercy. So I would have liked to have done that, because once I went back into the room with all three, and they were all very talkative about what had happened since then, because she had some kind of the patient ended up with some kind of bruise around her neck or something, almost a formation of skin. And so there was a lot of the family was sharing a lot about. I said, "What happened?" You know, I just did like that. And and so she was talkative then and sharing more about it then. And by the time I left the room, the little girl was like, goodbye. She was really communicating with me. Very differently than the parents, right? So the parents were more, was out of this fear. But anywho, so yeah, it was a good, it's I only presented the point to where I helped the mother and held space for the mother, but I would have loved to seen where this visit would have went had I really engaged this patient at 10 years old.
Um,
Yeah.
Annalise. This is such a good verbatim, first of all.
Thank you.
But now that you went the direction toward the prayer, we talked a little too much about prayer. But
Yeah.
as I'm glad Caroline mentioned about the verbatim. So let me share this with you. There's so many good things about your visit today. One of the good things, one of many good things, is that you're so good at small talks. What is your name? Like Mary Barrett, and what is your daughter's name? And is this your first time hospital visit for anything? And you want water? You want tissue? And by the way, this is for everybody.
Yes.
This verbatim is such a good demonstration of how you're supposed to provide care in the ED part.
Oh, wow.
Surprisingly, it's better for you to start with a small talk and continue with a small talk for ED, because, Annalise, why you went that direction? I'm giving you a chance to make this verbatim as like the 1B verbatim, which is to demonstrate, to be able to articulate why you did what you did. You're doing a wonderful thing, but I'm curious about your assessment. Why you went that direction to do small talks? What was your assessment about their needs that made you go that direction?
Yes, and thank you. Yeah, hopefully I did put this in the assessment part, because I was trying to distract just a little bit. I could see that the mother was having trouble even sitting up.
Yes.
So I just was trying to alleviate some of that.
So very good. Very good. Yeah.
Yeah.
So what was her need? That was good assessment. According to your assessment, what
Her
was her
need-
need?
I said to distract in my assessment. I thought part of it was
Right.
just to distract her from this pain.
That's right.
It was like an
Yes.
elephant was sitting on her neck.
Yes. She
And-
was buried in this too much pain in the room, and she needed to be distracted or diverted. And then you got it right. So you distracted her with the small talks. It worked very well.
Yes.
Now, and then I was laughing together with you when you said, "Oh, the tissues will cut you." Yes.
Yes.
And
Yeah,
so
she was laughing there too. She
yeah.
smiled too.
So
Yeah.
you saw the need for the softer tissue. Very well. Okay, now C12 was so good. You said, would you like to get out of this room for a moment? It's kind of related to what Caroline said. What assessment helped you to do this for them? What was the need of the patient, especially the wife you saw, and then you did this?
I just felt that that room was too much for her. She could not handle watching
Yeah.
her daughter being intubated.
Yes, that's too much trauma.
It was too much. It was trauma. Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes.
So the environment in the room and what was happening in the room was adding more trauma to the patient's family. And you assessed that, so that's why you did this. You said this. So you provided to like the space, like Caroline said, or there's no more double trauma or added trauma. Okay, so you even said this to yourself. Seemed like the right assessment. So next time on your verbatim, I want you to say it. Not just say that was a right assessment. I assessed this and I found this and this and this need from the patient family, specifically wife. So I did this. So I said this.
Okay.
That's what makes your 1B. That'll complete your 1B.
Okay, good. And I did
Okay.
chart it that way. I assessed that this was a family dealing with trauma in
Of course.
in Epic, right? So
Of course, because you said this, the right
yeah.
assessment. So I knew that, oh, analysts did assess, but you forgot to say it. So I want you to say it here, okay?
Okay.
Don't wait until the analysis section, okay? Say it in the middle of the visit,
Oh, okay.
okay?
Okay.
And I love the way you did it, C20. I sit back in the chair across from her and model a non-anxious presence. Because what is your assessment for this?
He was very, very anxious,
Yes, I want you to say it.
full of anxiety. Yeah.
So I sit back to model non-anxious
And when
presence.
I say sit back, I mean physically, I just lean back.
You did very well for this. I want you
That's
to
it.
say it, say your assessment, okay?
Okay.
All right, now you're getting to the prayer part, C22.
Mhm.
First of all, this is for everybody. Please do not assume that you have to get to prayer part at the end of the meeting anyway. Please do not. It is not your to-go place at the end. It's not. I think I said this before, but I think it maybe didn't deliver it to you. It's not about prayer. Many times you can be confused between pastor at the local church and chaplain role. Pastor at the local church, of course, you have to get there. You have to. Chaplain, you don't have to. Plus, it's better for you not to. Let me tell you one of many reasons. One day I went into the patient room. I was like, I think first unit or second unit. Automatically, I was like, to go places, prayer. Why? Because I want to finish. So many times prayer is used to finish.
Oh, yeah.
Has nothing to do with providing care. Okay? Am I the only one? No. I've seen so many chaplains to pray or want to pray because you want to finish and leave, run away. You were here too long. Do not use prayer to finish. Okay, Pastor K has nothing to do with the prayer. You don't even need to pray, and you should not go to prayer in the first place. Why? Let me tell you, there are many, many reasons, but let me tell you one reason. One day I went into patient room, and there's a male about mid-30s patient, and then somehow he was not happy about the church. So he tell me a lot about the wrong things about the church, and then I was providing him the good listening ear and then an empathy and of course at the end to go place I offered him prayer and he got mad. Why? This is what he said. Why it has to be always you guys, pastors always pray for me and I have to always be the recipient of prayers. Why I don't have any chance to pray for you guys? And he got really serious. All my life in the church, wherever I was, they always asked to pray for me and never asked to pray for them. So I said, oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Could you pray for me? I would love to hear prayer from you. And he said, yeah, I can pray for you. Close your eyes. And I closed eyes and wait. And he prayed for me and he was so happy to offer prayer for me. And this goes back to, relates to what Emily said at the beginning of this presentation. Sometimes, and a lot of times, prayer reminds people of the patriarchal system of the church. Many times, prayer is considered as an action to show off your power. Believe it or not.
Yep.
Prayer has been so much overused and abused even. And there are many people out there, especially in the hospital, who have had this experience of trauma because of prayer. Can you believe this? Why you don't meet with them? Because they don't say before you. please do not be fooled by the religion survey or screening, because when they are entering the hospital, they feel like they have to mark something. So they mark, Christianity, Buddhism, whatever. In reality, they have nothing to do with the religion. But you believe in that survey, and then you offer prayer, not to provide care, but to leave and run away because you're tired. Oh, I saw 20 patients today. So let me pray, just run. And they know that. So this is my recommendation for you. Do not go to prayer in the first place. Do not. That's not your to-go place. Let me ask you this question again. So one day I went into patient room, a child, 9-year-old boy in Children's Hospital. He was diagnosed with terminal cancer. So I was expecting to see a boy like almost crying and surprised because he was so calm and even smiling. And I could see why, because he was playing with his favorite toy soldiers. So for him, what is his spiritual resource? What is his, yeah, play. Play is his spiritual resource. It's not prayer. Can you believe that play can be a spiritual resource for a person? Yes, of course.
Yes.
There are many, 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 many things which is spiritual resource. Not a book, not a prayer. One day I went into a patient room with my chaplain intern, and then my chaplain intern tried to convince that he's there to provide care, and then she was not convinced, not happy, and there is a balloon on the bedside. So I mentioned, oh, you have a balloon. And then she just blossomed on her face. And she was so happy all of a sudden. And she started talking about the balloon. Oh, yeah, the balloon? My boyfriend bought it. And then my intern took it out and said, oh, you have a boyfriend? And she never stopped, not stop talking about the boyfriend. Oh, my boyfriend is handsome. And then she does this, he does that. And so in that case, what is her spiritual resource? Yeah, the boyfriend's care and love and support. It's not prayer. Stay where they are. Assess first about their spiritual resource. Stay right there. You don't need to go to prayer in the first place. They don't want to talk about prayer. They want to talk about their boyfriend. They want to talk about the balloon. They want to talk about their toy soldier. This is your role. Do not jump to prayer. Do not until they say they want. I think I told you this many, many times. I mean, it's so like we're so geared to like this almost like automated or automated to get there. Oh, let me pray for you.
Yes. Well, I said, thank you. I said that also in my write-up, because I said that for me is the easiest thing I can do. And I have felt that pretty strongly ever since I came to CPE again the second time around, right? And I don't like how that feels. I rather go into the room, and you've helped me to see that it's look, pay attention to their spiritual resource, right? So that for me, this woman, it wasn't that per se. I could have asked something else, because she said her Catholic faith was they were grounded in it, right? So instead of, she said the faith, she didn't say Catholic prayer, but I did do that.
Yes, you did.
I said, okay, tell me about prayer. And I could have easily said, well, you said your faith, you're grounded in this Catholic faith. Tell me about that, right? And I really truly was interested, even though I got very little love for the Catholic Church, but but yeah, very truly I was interested. Yes.
Annalise, do you know why the husband invites you back the next day?
Well, why?
Because they found a spiritual resource, their spiritual resource in your presence. You became their buddy, who did not talk about anything harmful, who had nothing to do with poking business.
That's right.
who made them feel safe and relaxed and not anxious.
Well, thank you.
You did
Yes,
not need to pray or ask about prayer or ask about even faith.
that's right. And on the second visit, no conversation about that whatsoever.
Yeah.
None. So, except, well, they said that they had like relatives, they were all praying for them and this and that. But other than that, and so it was a really beautiful visit.
It is a beautiful
And
visit.
the follow-up visit was, I mean,
Yes, it is.
I wish I could share that, but it would have been way too long, you know,
Yeah.
to
So Annalise, please remember my suggestion. Write the assessment in the visit. Don't wait until the analysis section, okay?
Okay.
All right, gotcha. That'll make
Got
you
it.
want to be. Cause
Okay, thank you, Annalise. So I just wondering while I was listening to your verbatim, I thought it's not about the denomination because I already felt you offered prayer without saying the words. It's not about the locally, it's not about pray for Mary. So what I felt was, Annalise, please tell me if you don't like my comment. I felt your existence was like Mother Mary because the Catholic believer want embracement through Mother Mary. But you offered water, you offered a safe place, and you even brought that wet tissue. Who does that? So I think your spiritual care already went beyond the denomination. So that's what I felt.
wow.
And that's why second day the Father invited you.
Mm.
Yeah, that's what I felt.
Thank you.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, not offended at all.
Well, there's a truth in that.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Thank you so much, Cause. Thank you.
Yeah, I think, and also for me, the Maslow hierarchy of needs. I mean, you may have all have heard of that. I tend to I take that in my head. You know, I go into a room, I see someone getting ready to faint. Let's get her out of here, right? That's what, that's what was.
Annalise,
Thinking,
say it.
Okay.
Say it in the middle of the visit, okay?
In the middle of the visit.
Yeah, I mean in the parentheses. Don't wait until the
Oh, don't wait
analysis.
till the end of the analysis. Okay,
right.
I got you. Okay.
Very good. This
Good.
is very, very good visit. And I'm grateful that you opened up your heart and became vulnerable for us, for your peers. Good demonstration.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right, let's take a 10-minute break.
Okay. Thanks, everybody.
Hey, Annalise, we get connected
Oh,
here.
hey, there we go. Yeah.
So how's this unit compared to your first unit we both took 25
32 years
ago?
ago. Oh my goodness. Way better. I mean, this is the group is diverse. I feel relaxed. I was also at that time I wasn't on an official track for candidacy, but I was very active with the church.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but this, I don't know how to put it. That got better with age. I got better with age, and and this got better with age, meaning
Yeah.
CPE. To
Yeah.
me,
Yeah.
CPE is better,
Oh, it is better.
more
Yeah.
inclusive. Yeah, at that time, well, it was kind of tough too because I was also very young. I mean, I'm 58, or almost 58, but when I was a young person in ministry, I was always questioned. I was always interrogated.
Hmm.
Mm.
I hated it. And I'm still questioned, but my hair is gray. It's really gray. So I usually have it out when I'm at work or I wrapped up almost completely. But that helps, but I'm still interrogated. But CPE is better. CPE is much, much better. I think that the people
Yeah.
who come to theology these days and in seminary and CPE are just a lot more they're much more well-rounded, more accepting in spite of
Yeah.
I don't think that the church is, but that's a different subject.
Right. Yeah. My experience at my unit years ago, it was much more combative. It was much more
Yes.
aggressive and make you cry and get in your business. And I think the method has changed.
Mhm.
It's not as combative, and I was so glad because I was really worried about that coming into this, even though I'm much like you, lots of changes.
Mhm.
So it's good to hear that connection with you.
And thank you. And you said something about combative, aggressive. Yeah, I don't understand it. I'm like, what were they trying to do? I don't know, but I have that. I'm like,
Yeah.
yeah, are we here for the same reason? Because as far as last time I checked, I'm here because these people are here, in the
Yeah. Who's going to get attacked today? Right.
yeah, like I feel like I'm getting hazed. Like I'm a member of a sorority. And so that's what we call getting hazed when we was in sorority, when I pledged a sorority. That's the way they treated us. But anyhow, I'm so glad that there's been evolution in CPE over these
Yes.
years.
My first unit was 25 years ago,
Yes.
and there was an old school CPE, and I felt very similar way. And their logic was they need to disassemble you first to reassemble you. So it was their logic. So
Okay, so Joseph, so then again, because my mentor in the program now, she's come out of that school of thought. She's been here at this hospital for 22 years. And she said a similar thing. Well, the purpose of CPE is, to break you down. I'm like, what is going on here? Why? But I do get the point that going into a hospital room, especially, or even a prison
right.
cell, right? A prison, you have to know who you are. You have to know what triggers you. I don't know though. I just think that
Yeah. What's that,
I don't
Ram?
know. What you got?
This the book we all should read. No Bad Parts, Dick Schwartz, Internal Family Systems.
Oh, no bad farts. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
I love it.
All right.
Oh, wonderful.
So Skip is going to present the last one today. So Skip, go ahead. You're muted, Skip.
Sorry for that. Is it shared?
Yes.
You're sharing the screen. Okay, so I need to get where I can see it. Ba, 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 ba. So you see this main screen here?
Yes.
Okay. I can't see you, but I can see my screen. So you see gender issues?
Loud and clear.
Okay, very, very good. So thank everyone. I know there's nothing more you would like to do on a Thursday night at 6:15 than talk about gender issues after two amazing verbatims and David's touching mid-unit evaluation. So thank you for your patience. So this was the chapter I picked because I thought it wasn't the chapter I was going to pick, but I thought it was the one that had the most meat to it. It was substantial to me, and I hope it is to you. So a couple caveats at the beginning. The discussion around gender remains fluid, no pun intended. These views are those of the author and may be somewhat dated. Dr. Teresa Snorton, MDiv, Doctor of Ministry, BCC, ACP supervisor. The second caveat I'd mention, and just speak up because I can't see you, so speak up if you interject. And Joseph, I have 50 minutes.
You have, I would say, 35 minutes to present, and then the rest of it is
Okay.
feedback. Is it okay?
Yes. Oh, of course. Fine. So the second caveat is I have a lot to learn in this area. There's a growing area as well for me. It is not uncommon for there to be a bias on this area in regards to gay white men, a lack of understanding around the sensitivity to gender issues is a common bias among people that I may identify. So I make those two at the very beginning. The terminology is ever changing, and this is a snapshot of that day. And there is a learning for me. The issue of gender roles jumps out to us on the title page. The title of this chapter is a gender issue. Does anyone notice the gender issue in the title? Just speak up because I can't see you.
Why is it an issue?
What is the issue in the title? Anyone else?
Like the title is, you have gender issues
Gender issues in pastoral care.
in pastoral care.
What is the gender issue in that title?
I mean, I'm questioning the word issue itself.
What is the issue around gender in regards to the title?
It is a special population. Is that what it is?
Pastoral care.
Pastoral. Pastoral. The word pastoral carries with it male images used as a masculine noun. Instead of spiritual care, it's pastoral. Most people who see the word pastoral think of pastor, male. So the issue of gender jumps out to us even in the title. So as we introduce this gender issue in pastoral care, I would like for us to do an activity at the very beginning. I'd like to go around and introduce yourself with your preferred pronouns. I will begin, and whoever else would like to follow with anyone else following. So I'm Skip Alexander. My preferred pronouns are he and him. Anyone else?
I'm David. My preferred pronoun is he or him. Anyone else?
Oh,
Yeah.
go ahead.
I am Ram, and my pronouns are he, him, and his.
I'm Caroline. My preferred pronouns are she and her.
I'm married. My preferred pronoun is she and hers.
I'm Joseph Kim. My preferred pronoun is he and his and him.
I'm so sorry I had to leave. My preferred pronouns are she and her. Thank you.
Has everyone had a chance to go?
Pause.
Because it's here, I prefer he and him.
Thank you, everyone. So if that exercise was familiar to you, then you live in a culture that may be more sensitive about gender issues. If that was a stretch for you, well, that's okay, because that's the world we live in now. Thank you for introducing and participating in that. So, a brief summary of this chapter. The purpose of this chapter was not theological, not a discussion about theology, but a practical discussion of gender issues in pastoral care that bear attending in order to provide effective and relevant spiritual care. There exists some key concepts. There exists a traditional bias with social sciences towards maleness. Doctors are male, psychiatry is male, my chaplain is male, my instructor is male. There is an assumed male bias in so much of the word, and indeed, even around chaplain, there can be an assumed bias, and that must be examined and seen. Some key concepts in this chapter. First is sex. Refers to the biological distinction between male and female characterized by genitalia, sexual chromosomes, and hormones. You're born that way. Gender refers to the personality traits ascribed to a person based on their sex, often with overlaying cultural definitions by biology, by choice, by socialization. Society influences parenting, peer relations, education, religion, and media. This goes back to girls go to cheerleading camp, gymnastic, and where boys play basketball and baseball. Transgender are persons who have chosen to identify themselves with the gender opposite from the one that that their sex would suggest. The responsible care provider cannot afford to ignore the gender identity that is embraced by the person, not just the one that is culturally imposed. The skilled care provider intervention can facilitate the individual as a process of transcending social norms and discovery of the individual's needs. One of the great benefits of this chapter was around transference, particularly around the area of gender. And with James, we've determined that transference and countertransference, I've called it the beast. It's the beast. It will get you if you don't understand it. This is particularly important around gender. Transference had a wonderful definition. Transference is simply the human tendency to relate to a person in the presence as if they were persons from the past. As a religious person or as a chaplain, when you walk into that space, you have role authority. It could be positive, it could be problematic. So the care receiver has transference. You're the person in front of them, but you represent every other person in the past that they put on you. And so this transference needs resolution. becomes an issue in the care receiver relationship. For example, the care receiver may have sexual beliefs that may well impact their trauma, as well as the perception of the need for care, as well as the perception of the caregiver. For example, the gender of the caregiver may complicate the care receiver's ability to be transparent and open. A woman may have issues with a male figure that influences their experience about someone of the opposite sex. Another example, a transgender person who interacts with a woman who reminds him of a dominating mother. So what are our choices when we see this transference related to gender? We can ignore it, not meaning that it goes away, but we don't address it. It's a dynamic and we're aware of it. We can choose to address it verbally or non-verbally, perhaps being present in a manner that is more comfortable to the care receiver, body language, positioning, and comments. Or it may be that the transference is just too much and we have to do referrals. The real beast is your countertransference. Any emotional response that the caregiver has towards the care receiver. The caregiver must be proactive in monitoring and diligent in addressing this countertransference issue. This kind of personal accountability is the prerequisite to the institution, ecclesiastical, and professional, legal, ethical, and accountability that is incumbent upon the spiritual caregiver. We must be aware of how that person interacts with us and how we interact with them. And we all know that sexuality is a powerful engine to that. So 3 discussion questions to get some feedback from you. How have you experienced transference from a care receiver? Perhaps a male figure related to as a pastor or a priest, or maybe a female figure issues related to pastor or religious figure. Anybody have a comment to that?
Yeah, I have a comment.
Please.
Well, and it's happened with me when I have walked in the room and there's been a young Black woman who sees me as her mother. So I have experienced that on more than one occasion. And well, like I said earlier, I used to have a lot of stuff around my being young, but the stuff that I have around being older now has to do with situations like that in the hospital setting, right? Where I'm seen as a mother figure, or also as in the hospital. I don't know. I mean, the hospital will often call on me. I just happen to be the only one in the hospital on Sundays. So the hospital will call me to come to a room when the mother, who's Black, is threatening the staff or threatening a lawsuit. Seen that happen. I don't know if that's more transference. I think that's something else, but I've seen that happen. So I'm
But you've
seen as,
identified it.
yeah, I'm
Yes.
seen as someone who's going to fix it because of the patient's mother is Black and younger.
Wonderful. Wonderful. It's great that you could see that. Anybody else?
Yeah. Thank you, Skip. Well prepared. Appreciate this succinct way you're opening up a discussion question. It is deeply reflective. So the closest one I have is, I call it some kind of a identity crisis, right? Gender issues generally have, it's not like a label that we are saying these are my pronouns. There's a sense of identity that we construct, and we want people to honor and respect that. Okay? So it's not related to gender, but related to identity. I've experienced quite a bit. Presumption of who I am. without even giving me a chance to express that, right? The inner feeling for me at that time is I feel my sense of belonging is shaken at that moment. That I noticed with inmates, when particularly gay men who are in the men's dorm in the jail, when they share that, and that identity or some kind of a safety that they want and that's lacking in that environment, I have that experience of that identity and sense of belonging being shaken. Okay. It goes all the way back to my 20s, where in the all white company, people had a very derogatory comments to my face about my identity all the time. Okay, they're picking on my accent to one by one by one. There's a deep sense of conditionality that allows me to be sensitive to other people's identity. And sometimes they struggle to express, particularly in the jail environment, not knowing the other person can relate to it.
Thank you both. I'm so glad you each shared, because your perspective is so different. Often I will enter in the room because I'm an older white chaplain, they will assume I am like their older white pastor, and they put that on me, and they begin to make assumptions, and sometimes their body language even changes. The second question, to keep us moving: what gender issues do you face or could you face in your current clinical site? I'll share two examples. There's often a dynamic in gender in the hospital between, generally, not exclusively, a male doctor and a female nurse. Gender difference. There's a power dynamic. Often it is an age issue. An older doctor, a younger nurse, maybe 23, and this is a significant power dynamic. And our role in the hospital is to recognize that and speak to it. Another example: mothers of sick children, I've noticed, often are seen more critically because they're female and they have a sick child. Judgment is placed on them. So in our cohort, we have prisons, we have local congregations, we have a pediatric hospital. That issue is present in your setting. Gender issues are powerful, and I'm so glad of our rich variety of settings that we each represent. Understanding your countertransference gender issue and be able to identify the event. How have you experienced countertransference toward a care receiver? I'll give an example. I am triggered by older, controlling church women. I know it going in, that if I experience someone who's an older religious controlling, that is countertransference for me, because they are often the source of much pain in my life. So I have to really watch for that. And that is a powerful dynamic going on. Anybody else have an example of countertransference that you have placed on someone related to gender?
Yeah, I'll try this, right? I have a wonderful volunteer who came into the ministry, and they've been volunteering for a few months now. And they have a significant self-identity issue of acceptance, particularly tied to pronouns. It's a big deal. But we in the jail environment, it's reasonable to say a vast, large community we serve don't have particular awareness, knowledge, and sensitivity to pronouns and the gender issue. And they generally keep referring to this volunteer as she. Okay. And there is, I call it in a similar way, not so much directly to the gender. My sister went through quite a bit of a identity crisis in our life of acceptance in general, particularly after coming to the US. Okay. And I really get that countertransference of essentially she becomes my sister at that instance. And when that happens, I get some protective tendencies.
Mm-hmm.
And I need to catch it at some point and yet be supportive while not really giving what they actually need or want, because that's not something I can guarantee or offer, particularly in a jail environment.
Very good.
Yeah.
Very good. Anyone else have an example when gender issue is a part of countertransference for you?
Well, yeah, I mean, I had a situation where I walked into again, it was like a private room for a family, and and the family, like, everybody just stopped and just looked at me. They didn't say anything, but I knew what that look meant. It I thought it meant like get out, white family from rural Missouri, as they call it here. And so that was triggering, but I did stay. However, when like one of the patriarchs came back in and sat down, and he just was like, he looked at me again and he said, "Why are you still in here? Why don't you go out and get, see who you can get to come in here and help us?" Like I wasn't helping them. And and so I just closed up my things. I said, understood, and I left because I wasn't going to get in an argument, with somebody who already didn't want me there. But it is very triggering to me to be in the presence, and he was a kind of a burly white male, right? He was kind of big, and meaning big as in robust, and he wasn't there for conversation, and that's hard for me to deal with. That is really hard. So when he asked me to leave, I gladly obliged. You got it.
I think why she included transference and countertransference in the issues of gender, because it's so much at the core of our forming identity from childhood. And as we come up through life attached to gender, mother, father, sister, brother, there's so much that's connected to that. It is high, its potential for lots of countertransference. I want to be conscious of time. On page 226, I want to get to strategies for addressing gender dynamics, but they offered a wonderful section on 226, and I just want to, Alsberger gave several types of caring styles in this section, and the point was you may have a go-to that you tend to embrace. For many of us, it would be, the wounded healer. It would be human transformation, healing relationships. And the point of the author is know your preference you go to, wounded healer, therapeutic communication, but know your gender and be able to have in your quiver 2 or 3 other examples of caring styles that might better meet the needs of the person you're across. For example, hide and seek, helping them, inducing the patient to look for the secret of their distress. Let them discover it. You not do it for them. Community, about support communities, Al-Anon, AA, church, Bible study, healing community. Know your 1 or 2 preference you go to, but also have 1 or 2 others that you can also be familiar with to go. So if we had time, we would pick out our preference and one that would be new for us. But I wanted to go to strategies for addressing gender dynamics in the workplace. Number one, be aware of your own gender issues. Become aware of your bias. Monitor your comfort levels with the issue. Have you been around someone who is transgender or has decided to go by different pronouns? Are you comfortable with the language? Or is that new for you? Is it a stretch? Be aware of your own gender issues. It's better to be aware of that ahead of time than in the middle of. Number two, be open to the differences in gender definitions, identity, and expressions. Provide space in a non-judgmental manner. Use their preferred name and gender to show value and worth. Understanding is not the same as acceptance to your own personal theology. In that space and time, we're to value them. So be open in differences of gender identity and allow yourself to be stretched. Access potential problem areas in advance. Become aware of your institution's policies around gender. Also, become aware of your state's laws around gender, IDs, and etc. Because in the Midwest here is going to be different from the East Coast, be different from the West Coast, be of the problem areas in your institutions. Be prepared for assumed problem areas not to emerge. You didn't see that coming. And for others, not anticipated to emerge. Example for us, I serve in a community hospital system that is very progressive. However, I discovered that when someone goes through security, they give an ID. Their photo and their name must match their ID. However, I found a family whose older child was visiting their grandmother who was transgender, and the family was embarrassed, and their child was embarrassed because their photo and their name had to match their birth name, not their chosen name. It was a problem in the system. We didn't know that. It was unanticipated. How is that true in your system? Know the cultural specificities around gender of the primary ethnic, racial, and religious groups served by the institution. Be aware of your population, subcultures that you serve. Gender issues among a predominantly African American community may be very different from gender issues around a Muslim community or a subculture of inner city or a progressive liberal area. Know about that. Be aware of the populations and subcultures you serve. The tool of the culturegram, often used with immigrations to examine language, religion, and family values. So know the people with whom you serve. Ask questions for clarity in a way that does not convey bias. Ask questions, but as Caroline reminded us, be careful how you ask the question. A biased way is say, so you really want to be a woman? There's bias in that, isn't there? A non-biased way, share with me how your gender identity is meaningful to you. Ask them to identify who is beside you. Don't assume genders. Ask them their names and pronouns, but ask questions in such a way that is not leading. Expand your comfort zone while maintaining cultural humility. The care provider expands their ability to respond to gender dynamics and definitions of each. Cultural humility, seeing yourself as a learner, and I'm certainly that. Mistakes are going to be made. I have made the mistake of assuming the person beside the bed is a male or female. Is this your husband? And once you make that mistake once or twice, you learn, okay, I can do that better. And acknowledge the continued learning terms and trends and issues. This issue is forever changing. Is forever changing. It is dynamic. And now we live, I won't get into this, in a post DEI backlash that's coming to this. So I want to end with a story. Actually, this week, yesterday, their grandmother died. ICU. I was with the family. There in the room was an attentive son. The next day I came to the room. And they had one son and 3 grandchildren. On one side of the grandmother was a grandson. And the other side of the bed, as she was on her CPAP, another grandchild. I was not sure of their gender. So I asked each of their names. And the one grandchild was June, and her pronoun was female. And by my asking that question, you could feel her, you could feel the safety in the room. This is the Midwest, very conservative family. And this week, literally, and she died this morning, I was in the room. And I was able to talk with June, the granddaughter, and able to speak her name. And she saw my little rainbow on my tag. And she was look at me, and she'd look at it, look at me, look at it. And you could tell that she, I hope, felt heard and affirmed. This week, the gender issue became that important in a room in the midst of a very traumatic experience of the saying goodbye of their grandmother. I could have mishandled that and added trauma upon trauma in the midst of that. But that little sensitivity to pick that up allowed me to meet that space and it not become an issue, which to me was a shockingly pointed reminder for me this week about how gender is an issue for all of us, wherever we serve. Thank you.
Wow. It's a powerful presentation, Skip. Thanks so much. I'm curious, yes, there's an applause rising. So I'm curious, what kind of feedback do your peers have? Any feedback you want to offer for Skip? Skip, can you close the sharing?
Thank you for not just the review of the book, but certainly you made it very current and relevant in the spiritual care business. That's a beautiful, I call it extrapolation, and makes a deeper understanding of sensitivity to this issue for me, number one, right? And my heart's with you. And we have so many assumptions we make, or in the society we make, and sometimes it touches on the sensitive parts of us, and this is foremost for many people. Right? I just read the article today that IOC has declined to allow transgender athletes to compete in the women's category. Right? It just, you can read the headline, but also you can take your heart to that particular athlete who has been training for years and years and years, and how meaningful, how important this is. And and just feel the shock and the frustration and the sadness they are feeling, right? And there is a lot I feel like I can be more sensitive to this issue, but I need to bring it up to the top of my mind and hold off on default mode network of my conditioned existence acting out. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, Skip, thank you for this presentation. It always makes me more aware of the privilege that I have as a heterosexual Black woman. I have one colleague, at least one colleague, who is openly lesbian, and I've seen her be targeted in the hospital setting. So, I've certainly seen the targeting of this for patients as well. So I think that this world, we have a long way to go before we can get to some real equality in that with gender, as well as, when it is paired with sexuality and the expectations that we all have about that. I mean, I've had to undo a lot of the learning that I had as a kid. To be very honest, I don't have as much difficulty with it, except with trans. That is it's probably one of the, I mean, I'll just be very honest about that. It's probably one of the hardest kind of presentations that I've had to work with my entire life. So I
Well,
appreciate the example you brought about that. Yeah. Mhm.
I appreciate you saying that, Annalise, because that's particularly an issue for gay men. They're like, well, I don't get it. We fought for our rights. What's that? They're taking it too far. And I think to acknowledge our comfort and uncomfortable level at that, we come to the point, for me anyway, is I don't have to understand it.
Right.
I don't have to get it. I have to allow them the process to choose that identity. And I admit that I am stretched. I'll be 60. I am stretched. What's the new term and what's happening now for the extreme individuals that push us. But that's how we grow. So I'm with you on that. And I thank you for naming that.
Sure. I would say too, one more thing. Some of the most powerful conversations that I've had, and this was years ago, this was in 2008, at least maybe 2007, had some really great conversations with trans activists at the University of Massachusetts Amherst on notions of equality and justice, social justice at that time. Those are kind of the words they used. But hands down, the trans activists who were like leading the meetings were giving us the best language and insight possible. So I think the best way, at least for me, is to, maybe revisit some literature or visit some new literature that maybe there's some trans chaplains out there who are writing and hopefully who are publishing and bringing new language to the table. I hope so. But like I said, it was really one of the best conversations, some of the best conversations I've heard ever on equality in an academic environment. So.
Thank you, Skip. I may go. Yeah. I can relate to what it means to be pushed or not given equal status in a society. I may not relate to the gender issue, but to the issue that pushes us aside from being acknowledged from who we are. Like in the area I grew up, being a Christian, Protestant, we're not favored. nor by the government, nor by other religious sect. So we were not considered as a person in some parts of Ethiopia. And in some parts of Ethiopia, we were more idealist that we believe in non-existing God. So the belief that you can't touch, you can't see, things that you can touch and see is not present. So that classified us automatically to be idealists and not valued as a person. And I remember a time that I was teaching, I was training teachers, in fact, and a colleague came in to a tea room and said, "Poor you spoiled your education for nothing." That is a hard way of responding to my own existence. So I can't imagine people being pushed aside by people whom you know, probably, people whom you are part of the community. So that's hard, but we have to see, we have to have our ground, and which you are doing that. And thank you for sharing.
Skip, thank you. I just wanted to say I appreciated how much your presentation drew us in with your discussion questions, and it's given me things that I'm going to have to take with me the next couple weeks to be thinking about. And I think there's sort of one layer deeper than the things I've been observing so far. So thank you for those questions. That's really helpful to me. Um, and I guess the one other thing I was thinking about is just sort of how culture overlaps with some of these biases, and a lot of traditional Asian culture isn't even at the point of having angry discussions because it's just not talked about in a lot of families, right? It's just taboo completely. And so I think there's just so much room for growth across in so many different ways. And I think the fact that you've just created a space for us to have this conversation is meaningful to me because I have so many family and sort of personal connections where I know that it's not even something you ever talk about. So,
Thank you.
Hello, Skip. I appreciate your presentation. That was a wonderful presentation about the challenges of gender in the spiritual care environment. It's all about being pushed to the edge as a person, productive person in a society, doing everything for your community and for people, helping. Like what you're doing now, you're helping other people so that they may have comfort, so that they may have that kind of meaningfulness in their life when they are in crisis. Yet, society doesn't see the positive aspect of your contribution to our society. But all what they see is the standard and the dogmatics, that they have in their mind. That's what they see. They have a framework that they have put you into, which is very sad. And that is how discrimination of all forms are being, yeah, exactly. But one thing I've seen on your part since we've been together all this time is your resilience. Your resiliency in confronting these challenges. And all I would say is continue to be resilient. There's nothing you can do to make them happy, but in your heart, you know that you have a calling to save life and to make other people's life better. And that's all I can say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, David. Thank you.
Pause.
Thank you, Skip, for your presentation. What I felt was it was not only presentation, I heard your voice from your heart and through your experience. Especially you share the experiences that's the hospital and one of the patient family showed the ID but the name and maybe photo did not match and it made a trouble. It's so painful. It's happened in hospital. So which reminds me of my past experience. I have been serving as a chaplain in Minneapolis, which is so-called diverse city. In chaplain's office brochure, the flyer says we serve to any religious people. We serve it for the atheist, but we do not talk about gender issue. So your presentation reminds me we always have a blind spot we haven't discussed yet. So what I want to say is one day I was requested to set the chapel for the gay couples public marriage vow, but the couple was really hesitate to make a request because they thought, oh, it's not appropriate. But we are saying that we are served for everyone. It should be happen. But in brochure, it doesn't say anything about sexuality. So that is something I'm missing and our hospital has been missing. So learning about gender never ends. That's something I learned from your presentation and from your voice. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Kaz.
Thank you, Skip, for the presentation. Even in the way you presented this volatile or delicate topic, I felt your caring heart. You sounded like Chaplin when you presented this. You did not show your animosity or enmity to anyone. Your presentation was filled with this practical ways of implementing this topic. So I really appreciate that. You were Chaplin. Thank you. All right. I might have to invite you back to present some didactic on this. That's very good. So let's shift the gear. And y'all did great job with me. So I want to respond back to you with some prize, for lack of a better term. I want to release you earlier than scheduled. So before I release you, is there anyone who want to share about your thoughts, reflection, feelings about our class today? Some thoughts lingering in your heart to share with the group?
I appreciate everyone's contribution and your comments today. Thank you to Joseph and Kaz. And we certainly miss James and hope he's renewing his energy on that sunny beach. But grateful for the time with each of you. And I hope you have a good end to your week. And for those that celebrate, a great start to Holy Week. Thank you all.
Beautiful. Yeah, I echo what Skip said. I think what was beautiful, as always, particularly today, is the choices of, I mean, it really hits you at different parts of your mind and heart. These topics, the conversations, the tones, the phrases, the sentences, each one of you chose to use. There's a lingering effect of reflectivity that continues on. I got a 2-hour drive to Berkeley right now. I don't want to listen to anything, just keep playing back in my mind on this. Thank you so much for this. And also delight to have Joseph and Kaz's input, particularly Joseph. Your feedback is just amazing, how specific it is and how useful it is. I'm grateful for that. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Ram. I'll add my feedback as well. I thought it was a good meeting. always refreshing to get a different set of eyes, Joseph, on what we're doing here. I mean, I know you're always aware of what's going on. Well, I think you are. And but it is really wonderful to have your leadership today. Kaz, your input as well, and of course, all those who presented, Emmabette and David, and myself. So, and Skip with the gender issues, and just always, I always look for uh, the, I guess you call them the veterans of CPE to help lead the way. I really do. That's very beneficial for me and something to look forward to. So thanks. This has been a good meeting today. Appreciate it.
Um, okay, let me come in. I want to say today has been a good day. I mean, the class was excellent. We learned a lot today. I also appreciate my peers for supporting me at a very difficult time. This is something that I hardly want to talk about, but with the CPE, I've come to realize that I need to transform myself before I can transform anybody else. That I need to work on my weakness, work on my self-awareness so that I can also help other people to develop their self-awareness. So this is a very great learning curve for me. I've already seen the benefit of it, you know, for my personal development as well as for my professional and ministry calling. So I'm very glad and I appreciate all your support. And thank you very much for all the knowledge that you guys have brought on the table today. I'm learning so much from you guys, and I thank you. Anyone else?
Yeah. David, I heard you say that you are very thankful for your prayer group in general became very supportive of you, and you had a good time today. Did I hear you right? Yes.
Yes, you did. Yeah.
Thanks. I'm a bit distracted by the helicopters hovering and the sirens going out around our area. Don't know what's going on outside, which I don't have any control over it, but don't be distracted. I enjoyed the time we had together as a peer group, very diverse, very inclusive, engaging, and I'm learning a lot. And I'm so appreciative of you guys. And you have seen my success story with the computer problem, which I'm rejoicing really. And we had also a wonderful educator, Reverend Joseph, who is very supportive of us always. Especially, I feel like we had a wonderful, caring person that we can see him as a model. And we miss Reverend James. He always gives us a positive, encouraging, and affirmative words for our chaplaincy, spiritual care in general. So I'm so thankful I'm here today with you guys.
Emma, I join you in just your thankfulness to be here with everyone, which is and I hope that you're not just too distracted from the noise, but it sounds like you're very much engaged here. Um,
Yes.
yeah, and yeah, I just feel like with every class we see everybody grow, and as an observer this time, it was nice. I feel like I've had something like for the past few weeks, so it was really nice to actually just watch and appreciate how much all my peers are growing. Um, so I'm grateful. Yeah.
Oh, we saw your cat, so that is also a plus.
Well, Giddy coming to bother me.
Oh, Kaz,
Yes, Caroline, I heard you. In beginning, I heard you. You had a little tiredness today, but as you witnessed classmates the growth, and at the end of the class now, you feel content. You feel with a lot of joy. That's what I heard from you. So also as an observer educator, I really feel this classroom is filled with positive energy. So I think it's because of you guys brought your true self and you became more vulnerable, and also you truly expose your past trauma as well. That's why I felt a lot of positive energy flowing here. And after 5 hours, I'm not tired for first time. I think I can go another 5 hours for sure. And I think I will have individual supervision with Joseph 5 hours from now. So I'm here.
no wonder, Kaz, you're going to be a CPE educator. You love CPE so much. Good. I'm glad. I'm glad. So now that you mentioned James, Reverend James just sent me a text message saying that he also messaged you a lot today. And he also wants me to read this special message for Dave. Dave, I nickname you the pendulum. A pendulum carries real energy. It moves with a quiet rhythm, making subtle changes and even sounds that others might not immediately hear, but that keep everything in time. The pendulum does not fail for lack of power. It persists continuously following gravity, and it advances. You have that power in you, Dave. A pendulum finds its fullest energy not in a single dramatic swing, but in the faithful rhythm of return. The invitation is to trust the process, to trust the return to your center, as powerful as reaching out to others. I think he kind of knew about what you're going to present today, right?
Yeah, that's very prophetic.
Yeah, James loves you guys. He loves you. Yeah, more
Thank
than
you.
I do. I love you too, but I think he loves a little more than I do. Yeah. Thank you guys again for this wonderful group. It's you, actually. You guys support one another to grow more. It's you. Okay. Have a wonderful. Oh, don't forget that you guys have individual supervision next week. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Bye, everybody.
Bye-bye. Thank you, Joseph. I just revised some of my little grammatical errors on my verbatim, and I'll send you that updated one to
Yeah.
you
James.
and Reverend James. Thank you so much for today.
Bye bye.
Bye.